You're the shortest person at Lamar, right? That's what I'm
One of them.
And so I always want to be as short as Miss Williams.
Ah.
I'm as tall as Mr. Elrod, though. All right.
I won't like a very big couple.
Y'all can be seated. Ms. Wilkerson, thank you for joining us today.
Of course.
All right, so this is cause number PR-10093. It's the estate of Jeffrey Armstrong. May I have announcements for the record, please?
Brad Elrod, I'm the attorney for Marina Armstrong. We filed an objection, a contest to their initial application. So I guess we're the respondent in that action, and we filed our own application for independent administration.
Okay.
I'm Dana Williams. I'm an attorney for Stephanie Richmond. We were the applicant in the airship before we were advised that there was a will. And I believe we're proceeding today on a suitability objection that we filed to Marina Armstrong's appointment as executive under the will.
All right. Let me ask this.
Me.
Yes, ma'am.
The audio isn't that great, so if you could speak a little more slowly, it's just not that clear.
All right. Do you need me to repeat the names of the attorneys?
Yes. I've got Mr. Elrod,
All right. And you have Miss Dana Williams.
Dana Williams. Okay, yeah, I apologize if you could just speak a little slower because it's not very clear.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll go again just so she'll have it clear on the record. My name is Dana Williams and I represent Stephanie Richmond. She was the original applicant in the airship determination, and she is the contestant in Mr. Elrod's pleading for the appointment of Marina Armstrong as executor of the will of Jeffrey Armstrong. And we have filed a competing petition asking that Ms. Armstrong be appointed, and in the alternative that the court appoint a third party executor of the will.
All right. Thank you. Does everyone agree that Mr. Elrod and his client go first?
I am.
If there's not a contest to the will.
Well, there's not a contest to the will, is there? So it's just a contest to the suitability of your client.
Then I agree.
All right. Do you all want to make a brief opening statement? I mean, I've read the file, but if you want to make a statement to the court before we get going, you certainly are welcome to do so. You're not required.
I can very briefly, Your Honor. First, however, I'd like to invoke the rule as to any witnesses.
All right. Okay. Who is going to be witnesses in the back there?
Your Honor, I represent Stephanie Armstrong, and then the two children are the devisees under the will. I would ask that they be allowed to stay, but
Well, they're not parties though, are they?
they're not technically parties, no. And then one other gentleman that may testify.
All right. And the other two folks back there?
This is one of my witnesses. But he's married to, or they're married, so I assume he'd be permitted to stay. The rest of mine are out in the hallway.
All right. I'm going to swear everyone in at once in the back there.
You want everybody who's gonna testify?
Sure, that'd be good. We do all at one time.
You want me to gather any other witnesses?
Oh, sure. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. We'll get you all sworn in at one time. No need to be shy. All right. All four of you are witnesses potentially?
Yes.
Okay, everyone who's gonna testify, please stand up and raise your right hands. Do each of you solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, everyone says they do. Thank you. All right, so the rule has been invoked, and what that means is that if you're not a party to this case or married to a party in this case, you need to step outside. And when you'll be called by one of the attorneys. All right.
All right, thank you.
And that includes the folks here in this room, who's, except for that gentleman, if you're not going to testify, then you're welcome to sit.
Yes.
Looks like we have an extra bailiff. All right, Mr. Elroy, whenever you're ready.
Just briefly, Your Honor, as far as the suitability, I mean, I think it's pretty straightforward. We agree that there was a holographic will, and that will named my client served. So in that capacity, she would have the first right under 304.001 the state's code to serve, and even so, she would have been the next of kin since the kids are underage. I'm not sure why we've gotten to this point. Maybe it's a communication issue, but we don't believe there's going to be any valid reason why Jeffrey Armstrong, the decedent's wishes for his mother to serve. We don't think there's a valid reason to overcome what he chose to do and became as executor.
Ms. Williams?
Your Honor, we believe that after the court hears the evidence, that the court will find that Ms. Marina Armstrong is not suitable. As defined by Texas case law, and particularly suitability means that a person that is nominated under a will is not hostile, that the person appears to understand the responsibility that they're accepting, and they don't have a clear conflict of interest. We don't believe that Marina Armstrong can prioritize the beneficiary's interest above her own. We also believe that we'll be able to prove that she will not act prudently, that her actions between the time of the decedent's death and today would support our conclusion that she is not suitable to serve, and that her conduct in her interactions with these children clearly demonstrated that she is not suitable, and we're going to ask that Ms. Stephanie Armstrong, the mother of the children, be allowed to serve, or that the court appoint an independent third party to administer the estate. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Are we ready to start with the first witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Call my client, Marina Armstrong.
All right. Ms. Wilkerson, would it be better for the witnesses to come closer? I'm not sure where the mics are.
There's one right there in front of you and one over there.
I'm sorry, where's the second one?
That little black one right there.
Okay, why don't we have you come a little closer here, and if you need to pull up a chair, you can.
Thank you.
All right, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Armstrong, just for the court record, can I have you state your name?
Marina Armstrong
Okay, and where do you reside?
in O'Neill, Texas,
Okay, and how long have you resided there?
16 and
Okay. Are you married?
yes,
Okay, and who are you married to?
Willie Armstrong.
Okay. And today we're here to start the probate for your son's estate, Jeffrey Armstrong, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have other children than Jeffrey?
Yes, I have two boys, Willie and Bob.
Okay. And is it true that Jeffrey died on or about July 31st, of 2023.
Yes, sir.
Okay. At the time of his death, did he have a fixed residence in Howard County?
He did.
Oh, excuse me. Could you repeat that question, counsel?
At the time of his death, he had a fixed residence in Howard County.
Yes.
Okay, and you have produced to the court a will, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that's what we call a holographic will, meaning it's in his handwriting, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And have you seen the original of that will previously?
Yes, whenever Ebony passed away. We took it earlier, I do it earlier, about 2 years after.
Okay.
Judge,
Yes, good.
hear the witness's answer.
All right, I need everyone to try to speak up just a little bit louder.
I think she's trying to look at me.
Yeah.
Why don't you pull your chair over here?
Okay,
You can look at each other.
okay, hopefully I don't need to revert back to my backup section. That's probably not a good, anyway. Okay, and to the best of your knowledge, that was his will. There was no other will out there that you're aware of.
Correct.
Okay, he never told anybody that that wasn't his will or that he revoked that will.
No.
To your knowledge, he never told you or anybody else that there was another will out there
No.
or that he had created any kind of addendum or codicil to that will.
No.
Okay. Do you know when he created the will?
Probably I'd say about a week, maybe 2 weeks before he passed away.
Okay,
I think it was like a week,
okay, because his will doesn't have a date on it, to your knowledge, correct?
and not that I'm aware of. No.
Okay, but you believe he went and had a will done a week or two before,
Yes.
or he wrote it himself, but do you know how that came to be?
He just said he was gonna write a will and he wanted his daddy to take him to a notary.
Okay. And his dad is one of the witnesses on the will?
Yes.
Okay. How did he pass away?
He shot himself. Sorry.
Um. So was he married at the time of his death?
No.
Okay, had he previously been married?
Yes, sir, twice.
Okay, what was the marriage most recent to his death?
It would be Jessica.
Okay. And what's Jessica's last name?
Was Armstrong, I don't know what it was before that.
Okay. And who was he married to prior to that?
Stephanie Richmond.
Okay, and that's Miss Richmond here in the
Yes.
courtroom today. Okay, how many children did Mr. Armstrong have?
2.
Okay, and that's Bryce and Alana,
Alana.
And how old are they?
Alana's 16 and Bryce is 17.
Okay, and they're both the children of Miss Richmond.
Yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge, is Miss Richmond, is she their is she, I guess, their, I mean, she's their parent, but is anybody else their legal guardian that you're aware of?
Just her, except for when the kids were staying with me and her and Jeffrey both signed papers giving me permission to do what I needed to, put them in school, doctors or whatever.
Okay, so the kids resided with you for a period of time?
Yes.
And when was that?
Probably about, time's flying by, about 3 years ago, I guess.
Okay, and how long did they live with you?
Probably about a year.
Okay.
And then when my son was off working, Bryce stayed with me most of that time.
Have they ever lived with anybody else other than
My son,
which son?
I'm sorry, Jeffrey, my youngest one.
Okay. How long did they live with Jeffrey?
I mean, he was their father, they were with him off and on.
Okay, they ever live, primarily with him?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know the time frame on
No, sir, I really don't.
that? Okay. How long do you think they primarily lived with, Jeffrey?
Probably just him about a year.
Okay. Did they ever live with any other family members?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Except they stayed with Robert, my middle son, they stayed with him for about a year.
Okay. Okay. Now, as far as Jeffrey's estate, you believe there's a need that exists to probate his estate?
Yes,
Okay. He owns some land, correct?
correct.
Okay, and some other assets.
Some trucks, yes,
Okay, well, and we can talk about that. Now, the will named you as executor, is that correct?
yes, sir.
Okay. But you understand Ms. Richmond has filed and also wants to be named as the executor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did Ms. Richmond, have you seen the pleadings, the documents that Ms. Richmond has filed with the court? Are you aware of them?
Just for when we found out, that I thought we was waiting on my other attorney to file,
Okay.
and then we found out that she had filed.
Okay. Did Ms. Richmond, did she have knowledge that there was a will?
I would say yes, because the kids were told, Alana and Bryce was both told that there was a will.
Okay. Is there any other reason that you're aware of why Ms. Richmond, why she would be aware that there had been a will?
Objection, also speculation.
Response?
If she knows of a reason why she might be aware, she can mention a specific instance.
Objection, it's just speculation. I think she's asking if she knows of a reason why my client might be aware.
They had,
Speculation of what my client is aware of and what she's not aware of.
That's the same. You can try it another way.
okay. Did you ever have any conversations with Ms. Richmond about a will?
No,
Okay, do you know of anybody else who had conversations with Ms. Richmond about a will?
besides Alana and Bryce, I mean, that would be the only two I know of.
Okay. Did she ever mention that she knew about a will?
Not to me.
Okay. Do you believe there's any reason why you cannot serve as the executor?
So
Okay,
I'm here to do what my son asked me to do.
okay. Are you, has any court ever deemed you to be mentally incompetent?
No,
Okay. Have you ever been convicted of a felony?
no,
Have you ever been convicted of a crime involving moral turpitude, such as lying, cheating, stealing?
no,
Okay. Are you employed?
yes.
Where do you work?
Tractor Supply,
Okay, and what's your position there?
store manager,
Okay, how long have you worked there?
8 years.
Did you work somewhere previous to that?
Yes, Walmart,
Okay,
14 years.
okay, and what did you do for Walmart?
Started as an overnight stalker, moved up to an assistant manager.
Okay.
I'm sorry, co-manager was the last.
Okay. All right. Obviously, there's been some allegations that you're not suitable to serve in this position. One of the things that has been mentioned is that there was a delay in filing. Do you believe you did delay in filing?
I didn't, but the attorney I had did.
Okay. Now, your son passed away July 31st of last year.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your application through my office wasn't filed until August 2nd. Does that sound about right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you know that you were the executor of his will when he passed away?
Yes,
Okay. Did you have the original will?
Yes.
Okay. And when did you take action as far as the will?
The first week after he passed away, I tried calling Amy, law office over here, and they were on vacation. She returned a call and said she would meet with us the next week. So it was probably about 2 weeks after he passed away.
Okay. Where you had a consultation with a lawyer?
Yes, and we hired her at that time,
Okay, so in August of,
2023.
okay. Did that office ever file anything?
I was under the impression they did, but they didn't.
Okay,
We found out the Friday before they had court here that, that they didn't.
okay. And how did you discover that the case wasn't moving forward?
When I called, actually to follow up, and I found out, and, she told me that they couldn't handle that type of court, that I had to get a different lawyer. And this is the Friday before the court was set up for Stephanie.
Okay.
That's when I found out they hadn't filed anything, even though they've had all the documentation.
So do you believe that wasn't handled expediently?
Oh, yes, because I called and I went by there, I talked to them off and on, trying to find out what was going on. As soon as we got the death certificate, we took it up to them. We was expecting the next month, the first part of the month, to go to court, and never did. So I called and I go back by there, and they were still working on this and that, and then it fell into this.
What did you understand the next step to be in the process, in the probate process?
Well, I was under the impression that, once they filed for the will, that, probate the will, that the judge would either agree or not agree, and then from there, I follow up with my lawyer, what the steps is I had to do. And of course, it's to go to Bryson and Lana, but they're minors, so there's different ways of handling it.
Did you understand that there might have to be a citation published in the newspaper?
Yes,
Okay,
2 weeks prior.
okay. Were you reading the newspaper?
Oh, yes, I was buying them every week. I got them at my house on a stack like this.
And did you finally see a notice for your case?
I did, but I didn't realize that it was somebody else that was filing it.
The notice you saw wasn't your application?
No,
Okay. Okay. And at that time, were you in my office?
yes, sir.
Okay. So,
And then
Was
that's
there-
when you found out that they hadn't even filed anything either, so.
so it was not your intention for a year to pass between starting the probate process to actually get an application filed?
No,
Okay. You thought you had done what you needed to do in August of
I was
2023?
following the process. I was following, trusting my lawyer.
Okay, did Ms. Richmond, did she reach out to you to ask anything about why isn't a probate happening or anything of that sort?
She has not.
Okay, so she never asked you,
Nope.
okay. Did anyone else, I guess, associated with her on her behalf?
Alana did through a text.
Okay, when did she text you?
Oh, many times, and I would tell her that I was following the process. As soon as we went to court and all that, then we do what we had to do, but I was following the process.
Okay. So do you understand the role of an executor in a probate?
From what I understand is you step up and do what the process is, which is probate the will. You take care of whatever it's supposed to be on the will.
Okay. And obviously you have an attorney or somebody to help you along
Yes.
with that process. Do you understand that if you're appointed as the executor, you have to take an oath that you'll faithfully serve your duties?
Oh, yes.
Okay, do you have a problem taking an oath to fulfill those duties to your son's estate?
No,
Okay. Are you willing to do what your son wanted you to do?
that's why I'm here.
Okay. And is it true your son left everything to his two children?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Bryson and Alana.
okay. And you're willing to disperse everything per his will?
Yes, sir. Whenever they come of age, yes, sir. I don't have a problem with that.
Okay, to this point, has, has either Stephanie or the kids, have they asked you for any property or anything to be turned over?
When Bryce come to the house, we sat him down and talked to him, asked him if he wanted any of his dad's clothes or anything, he said no. But since then, Alana did text and asked if they could have some of her daddy's stuff. And I told her, as of right now, no, until I follow the process and find out what we're supposed to do.
Okay.
Cause things have value on them and I didn't know what the court would say that they need this or that.
So you were making, am I accurate? You wanna make sure you were doing,
The right thing, yes, and following the process, what's supposed to happen.
okay,
I mean, if a credit card company stepped up and said, hey, I'm in line to get my money, all that has to be taken care of first.
okay,
'Cause right now he's got taxes, it's gotta be paid.
okay. Do you think there should be any concern about you, serving as the executive?
Nope,
Okay,
everything I do will be documented, so
so,
just like when y'all said to give them some of his stuff, I don't have a problem with that. But somebody was gonna sign off on it.
Do you have trust issues with Miss Richmond?
Her personally, probably, yes.
And your son, it's your testimony that your son nominated you to be the executor within 2 weeks of his death.
Yes, sir. I used to take care of some of his bills for him. When he needed me to take the kids to get school clothes or whatever, he'd call me and say, Mom, take Bryce and get clothes or Lana, and I'd take them.
Was it apparent to you that your son trusted you?
Oh, yes. Anybody give permission to pay your bills, yeah?
What was your son's relationship like with Miss Richmond?
I know he had told the kids that he,
Objection, Your Honor. You're saying.
Can't say what someone else told you.
oh, I'm sorry. As far as he get frustrated with her. Cause when she needed money, she would call and ask him for money, or she would have Alana call him and ask him for money.
Okay.
And he would get frustrated with that.
When did they get divorced?
Jeffrey and Stephanie,
Yes.
I really couldn't tell you, it's been a long time.
How old were the kids?
If I guessing, probably about 8 years old or so.
Okay, and the oldest is 17 now?
Bryce, yes.
Okay.
Because I was there when he graduated from kindergarten with his little purple jacket and his little hat on, after he had his tonsils taken out.
Do you have a knowledge of I guess your son's estate, his debts and assets?
Yes,
Okay, I guess, can you tell me, or do you know what kind of vehicles he has?
he has 2 Ford trucks. I think one of them's the black one, I think is a 2012. And I think the white one's a 2002,
Okay,
and they're both diesels.
okay. Does he have any did he have a home?
He has a travel trailer.
Okay. Did he have real property?
He had some land
Okay, and where's that land located?
in Cummins Mill.
Okay. And what's the are we talking about acreage or a lot?
I think it's 15 acres.
Okay. All right,
It's 10 or 15.
Okay, did he have any kind of recreational vehicles, ATVs, anything like that?
He has a tractor.
Okay. Did he have any, are you aware of his personal items and so forth?
Most of them, yes.
So where is the items of your son's estate? Where are these items?
At the house, my house,
Okay, including the vehicles?
yes,
Okay,
and the travel trailer sitting there. We had to clean it out because they called and told me they was coming to pick it up.
all right. Are you,
And then my middle son stepped up and paid all the money back on it, plus they had hired somebody, so he had to pay up too, to stop them from picking it up.
and I'm sorry, which, are you talking about one of the vehicles?
Travel trailer,
The travel trailer? Okay, so your son has paid some money towards that?
yes.
Okay,
And his black truck, we paid off when he started with Windstream, so he wouldn't have that note over his head, cause he went from pipelining down to Windstream, which is a big drop in pay. So we helped him pay it off, so he didn't have to worry about that note.
have you been safeguarding all his property?
It's at the house,
Have you been taking care of it?
yes,
Okay. Have you been taking care of it so you can disperse?
if that's what the judge tells me to do, that's what I'll do,
Okay, but you understand that they're his heirs?
yes,
Okay, are you trying to deny them anything?
no.
Okay.
If the judge says sell it all, sell it all, I don't care, whatever they wanna do,
Okay.
but the money's split up between Alana and Bryce,
So are you just waiting till you have the authority to do so?
yes, sir.
Okay. Okay.
And when they turn of age, they can get it, that's what it's there for, that's what he wanted.
Who has been I know you said you've been safeguarding and caring for this, but like his land, has that been maintained or?
We went down there and checked on stuff, make sure everything's okay.
Okay, is that just raw land?
There's a little house, building, not a house, it's like a little shop there.
Okay.
That was there when you bought it.
Okay. Is it wooded?
Mhm,
Okay.
yes, sir.
So it doesn't necessarily need to be mowed or anything like that all the time?
It took probably some, what we call brush hogging around the edge of the fence to keep that down, probably could happen, but other than that.
Okay. Is there a note attached to that land?
Yes,
Okay, has that been paid or?
yes, me and his daddy's made the payments ever since he passed away and paid his back taxes.
Okay. So you and your husband have been taking care of most of the financial obligations of your son's estate?
Yes, except for Robert paying the travel trailer, and he's paid the last year of taxes, and we paid the very first one that he was behind on.
Okay. Are y'all paying those things and hope that y'all get those things?
No, it's to keep them from, the finance companies from getting them, so that if we can have to sell them, we can, to give to the kids.
Okay. Has anybody else approached you about helping in any way with that?
No,
Has anybody contacted to ask if those notes are being paid?
no,
Particularly has Ms. Richmond asked those
No.
questions? Okay, so she's unaware whether or not these notes are being paid or not.
correct,
Have you hidden anything from anybody?
no,
Okay. What your son had when he died, is it still in your possession?
yes, except for the stuff that we gave Bryce and Alana, that was some of his personal. And that hurt me so bad that day, so.
Didn't hear what.
Just repeat the answer.
Yeah, thank you.
What was the question, Brad, I'm sorry.
I think the question, I remember.
Okay.
Your lawyer's asking about the property that is at your house, that is your son's.
Yes, and then they asked us to give it to Bryce and Lon, which I got y'all to sign off on, which I didn't have a problem with. But I wanna make sure I'm doing the right thing, 'cause I don't wanna get in trouble, because I've been told before when I was over some other wills that you don't give nothing away that has value, because you may have to sell it until that judge signs off on it.
So were you relying on your understanding of the law or legal advice you've been given?
Yes,
Have you had to move any of his property anywhere?
no,
Okay,
have we broke his trucks up and backed them up and moved them forward? Yes, because you've got to keep all that loaded up. But other than that, no,
are y'all using his vehicles?
no,
Okay.
they always stand still.
I'm sorry, you may need to repeat your answer.
I said, I can't even hardly sit in them.
Okay, and a minute ago, you were talking about that agreement we had when we came to court previously regarding some of the items being turned over.
Yes,
And I believe you stated, but did you have any problem turning those over?
no,
Would you have turned those items over earlier if you could?
yes,
Okay,
I'm ready for this to be done.
okay. Can you tell me, well, first tell me, what was your understanding of the agreement as far as personal property being retrieved?
That, he left everything to the kids, which there ain't no problem with that. Them being minors, I knew there was things I couldn't do, and that the attorney would tell me what I had to do with the stuff in case there's liens against stuff that had to be paid. And I wasn't for sure what exactly, I mean, because clothes, some of the clothes can be valued when you look at what he was buying, so.
Now, who was supposed to come meet and get the property?
The finance company,
No. I don't mean to interrupt you, but who was supposed to, regarding this agreement regarding the personal items that the kids were gonna get, who was supposed to come get it?
the agreement was Bryce and Alana and Dustin. But that's not what happened.
Okay, so that was the agreement that we reached in court.
Yes.
That Bryce, Alana, and Dustin,
Mhm.
who's Dustin?
It was a friend of my son's and he's friends with, I think, Stephanie and the kids.
Okay, so the agreement was for Dustin and the kids to come.
At my house, I don't remember the exact time to pick up his stuff. But I had it set up at work for me to leave to be there at that time, and I got a phone call that Bryce and Lana and Kenny and Barbara was at my house.
Okay, and you're Kenny and Barbara.
There was Stephanie's mom and stepdad and my half step uncle.
Okay. Did you have an issue with them being on your property?
I don't want them on my property. Bryce and Alana is more than welcome. We've done told them that. But Kenny and Barbara was not welcome. That's the reason why we agreed to Dustin being there, not them.
Okay. So did anything occur at that point?
Not that, when I got there, they done had everything loaded up and they wanted my son's wallet, which I don't have a problem with, but I had been covering it in his clothes that I had washed. They had been in his basket for several months. And I knew I had to give it to them, which I didn't have a problem with. It just tore my heart.
Right. Did anybody make any accusations towards you, while they were on the property or afterwards?
No, sir.
Okay. Were you able to talk with the kids while they were there?
I did for just a few minutes, but like I said, it was tearing me up.
Now, had you,
Hang on a second. Apparently traffic's pretty heavy in Woodland.
All the big trucks out there.
All right.
Now had the, let's talk about your relationship with your grandkids. Have you been had a pretty close relationship with them over the years?
Until all this happened, yes.
Okay, how often would you see your grandkids?
There was times would you stand in my house?
Okay,
They were there a couple weeks before all this happened. They were there.
so prior to your son's death, had there been any changes in the relationship?
Mhm.
Okay,
Is that a no?
No, I'm sorry.
When did you notice a change in the relationship?
After my son passed away,
Is there anything you could pinpoint as to why that occurred?
I don't, cause I mean, like I said, we had told Bryce that they come stay at the house if they wanted to. We invited them there to eat and everything there at the house, and I mean, we invited them to the funeral home. Bryce came to the funeral home, Lana didn't, that was her choice.
After your son's death, was there an immediate drop off in the amount you saw them?
Oh, yes,
Okay. Have you ever talked with them about that?
I've tried calling Bryce a couple times, he don't answer. Lana, all I got texts from her was, what could they come get? Or what about the wheel, or, what's going on, and like I told her, as soon as the process happens, we'll do what we gotta do.
Okay, so I've heard you mention a couple times that Alana was asking about the will.
Yes, well, it was a text from her phone, I don't know if it was
Okay.
actually her, but it was a text from her phone.
Okay. Was Alana asking the questions about the will?
If there was a will, I told her yes, but it's at the lawyer's, and until it gets probated, there was nothing I could do.
Okay. Okay. Did she ask what she got out of the will or any of those type of questions?
No,
Okay. What
now my
about,
grandson has a truck that my son bought for him. But after all this happened, we asked him to bring it to the house because there was gonna be no insurance on it, because the insurance said they had dropped the insurance on it. And it was in my son's name. And I told him as soon as this is all done, then we see what we gotta do. But we have to take care of all the process, whatever we gotta do, process, sell, do what we gotta do.
okay. Did you find that odd that their focus was on material things?
Yes. Alana would text and say, hey, can Bryce have his truck? And, cause he needs it to go to work, cause my mom is a single mom and she needs help.
Were your grandchildren aware of the close relationship that you have with your son?
Yes,
Had that been something they've been able to observe?
oh, yes, there's times they were living with us, so yes.
Okay. Now earlier you said was it common for you to handle his business affairs?
Yes, cause he pipelined, he was off a lot.
Okay. So what kind of things did you assist Jeffrey with?
If he needed me to make, payments for him, pay bills, pay his light bill, whatever he needed. Buy the kids stuff that they needed, I'd take them and buy it, and then he paid for it. Cause he wasn't here, he was pipelining, trying to make a living.
If I may, Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Do you have a copy of my exhibits? Okay.
Oh, yeah, I have a copy of your phone.
Okay. Do you need a physical copy? I'm gonna show you what we have marked. I'm gonna call it A for applicant 1A1 and ask if you can identify this document.
Yes, it's authorization of agreement. This was filled out and signed by a lawyer. It was giving me permission to make decisions one is for Bryce and one should be for Alana. So that when I had any dealings with schools or doctors or anything like that, where I was taking them to the dentist and stuff, that I had permission to do that.
Okay, and,
Stephanie signed one and Jeffrey signed one.
okay, and on this document, whose signature do you see on page 5?
My son Jeffrey.
I'll tender exhibit A1 to the court.
All right, plan exhibit A1 is admitted without objection.
And again, that gave you the right to do things like enroll the child in school.
Yes.
Basically function as a caregiver in the absence of a parent.
Yes, like
Okay.
when Bryce, they sent a note home with Bryce saying he needed shots from the school, I was able to sign the paperwork for that, for him to have his shots.
And what was the need at that time for a non-parent to have those rights?
Cause Jeffrey was off pipelining and Stephanie was off in Dallas or somewhere,
Was she living in Dallas?
as far as I know, yes.
Okay, so she wasn't primarily living with her children?
No, not at that time.
Okay, and they were living in your household?
Yes,
Okay. I'm gonna show you what we have marked as A2. Ask if you can identify this document.
yes, this is another authorization of agreement for Lana. And at the back, it was signed by Stephanie Richmond, giving me permission to,
So she was in agreement for you to care for her children?
yes.
I'll tender exhibit A2.
Any objection?
Oh, sir.
Exhibit A2 is admitted without objection.
Show you what I have marked as exhibit A3, which is a couple photos. Can you have identify?
Yes, that's Alana, had come up to the house with somebody, to, I think it was at that time to get a DVD that was played at the funeral.
And do you know how these photographs were recorded?
Yes, I have camera.
These were taken by your surveillance
Yes.
camera? Okay, and what do you do? How do you extract those photos?
It's on the app that I have on my phone.
Okay, and then you're able to
I'm able to see, yes,
and print them out?
yes.
Okay, are these true and accurate depictions
Oh,
of
yes.
what they represent?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now, it's a picture of Elena coming to the house.
She had come to the house and she was getting back in her vehicle. The other one is where she had got out of the car and was playing with my dog.
Okay, and this is after your son's death, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'll tender exhibit A3 to the court.
Any objection?
No, sir.
Okay. Exhibit A3 consisting of 2 photos are admitted without objection.
All right, I'll show you what I have marked as A4. And ask if you can identify what that is.
Yes, that's when my husband and my son Robert and Bryce and Cameron and Terrell and his son went on a deep sea fishing trip.
Okay, and it's a whole series of photos.
Yes, where they were out there on the trip.
Okay.
There was a first time and a second time he went on one of those trips.
Okay. Do these pictures, do you know who took these pictures?
That one I'm not for sure.
Okay,
Some of the other ones, my husband, Willie and Robert took.
okay. After viewing these pictures, do you believe they've been altered in any way?
No,
Okay, but you recognize the people in the
yes,
photograph?
yes. They have a
Okay.
company, I think, takes those pictures after they get through fishing. They take their pictures.
Okay, when was this? Approximately, if you're not sure.
Probably about 3 years ago.
Okay. And I'm sorry, did you tell me, in this first
Maybe 4
photograph,
years.
can you tell me again who's in the photograph?
Yes, it's Robert, Cameron, Willie, Bryce, Terrell, and then Terrell's son.
Okay. Carol's a new name. Who is Carol?
Terrell's a friend of Jeffrey's.
Okay. Is there a marriage relationship there as well?
My middle son Robert is married.
Okay. So it was a family outing,
Yes,
okay,
there's times they would have crawfish bowls and stuff, and we would all go over there and eat at their house, or they come to my house.
I'll tender for the court. Exhibit A4.
All right. Exhibit A4 consisting of.
I don't want to be.
Eight photos are admitted without objection.
Show you what we have marked as exhibit A5, ask you what we're looking at.
This is Cameron and Bryce and Willie, my husband, at Roberts. They're out there measuring the steer, because both of them had been showing steers. And he was showing them how to measure, and they talked about the steer and stuff.
I'll introduce exhibit A5.
All right, A5 has been offered.
No objection.
It's gonna show you what I have marked.
Exhibit A5, consisting of 4 photographs are admitted without objection.
Sorry,
No worries.
I'm gonna show you what I have marked as exhibit A6, and ask you to identify what those photos are.
Yes, this is Willie, myself, and our granddaughter Lana at her graduation,
Graduation from,
8th grade.
Okay.
And then behind here is Bryce with the steer that he was showing, that was at my house.
okay. I'll introduce A6, or tender A6.
All right. And the objection.
A6, no, sir.
All right, minus A6 consisting of 5 photos are admitted without objection.
I'll show you what we have marked as A7, ask if you can identify what this series of photos is.
Yes, this is one of the vacations that I took all my grandkids on. There's Cameron, Colton, Bryce, Alana, Harley, and myself. We went to Dallas. He took them to the Andretti races there. We've been to San Antonio on vacations. We went to Gatlinburg, Tennessee on vacations. And this was at one of the JFK museums here. And we went to the dinosaur museum there
And when,
and the zoo.
particularly, do you remember when this vacation was?
Probably about 2.5 years ago.
Okay,
One of the last ones that we took.
I'll tender exhibit A7 for the board.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, plaintiffs, A7 consisting of 21 photos are admitted without objection.
Was taking your kids on vacation something y'all commonly did?
We try to do every year, yes.
Okay.
There might be a year we missed, but I tried to take them, do something, like I said, like to San Antonio, just something different every year.
Okay. I'm gonna show you what we have marked as A8. And ask you to identify that series of photos.
Yes, I with my grandkids, we were down at Terrell's and Corinne's house for a crawfish ball. And they were sitting on the truck, back of the truck to get a picture here. That's Terrell and Colton and Alana. They were filling up water balloons and throwing them.
Okay, so and you said Terrell and Karina. are the parents
Of Dana,
of Dana, who's your
daughter-in-law.
daughter-in-law. Okay. And y'all have a good relationship.
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm gonna tender A8 to the court, to the court.
Okay.
All right. Plaintiffs, exhibit eight, existing of 4 photos are admitted without objections.
Promise I'm wrapping it up quickly, Judge.
So,
I'm gonna show you what we have marked as exhibit A9. Ask if you can identify what that series of photos represents.
This is Lana at the schoolhouse with her friends. Her daddy called me and asked me to order her some flowers and a balloon to send it to her school for her.
And do you know when that was?
I don't right off, I just know it was back several years. This was just at my house with Carson, Alon, and Jeffrey. This was at the house where Willie and Bryce was looking at the steer because he had a tick in his ear and they had been getting it out. This is Alana and Sawyer in the chicken pen, and holding some chickens. This is Alana on the golf cart with our puppy. She was riding her around, I'm sorry. And then this is Jeffrey and Bryce working with his steer, shaving his head and washing him. And this is where Robert had gotten this square bill from somewhere. They were trying to get it to work, so Bryce and Cameron had to run out there and throw hay out on the field. Or actually my backyard. And they would run through there and try to pick it up with that square baler and the tractor, try to see if they could get it to work. I told him it reminded me of my Uncle Sam doing that. This is Alana at the house with Jeffrey's truck behind her with her, the hat that he gave her.
So just kind of everyday life type things.
Yes, and this is Jeffrey when he first bought this tractor. She got so mad, she wanted to go shopping and he wouldn't take her because he had just bought that tractor and he wanted to do some stuff to it.
Tender A9 to the board.
No objection.
all right,
All right. I now have A10 for you.
give me 1 second.
Oh, I'm sorry, Judge.
Was a 9 consisting of photos. They are all admitted without objection.
I'll try to do this a little bit quicker. I'm going to show you at the same time A10 and A11. Looking at A10 first, what's depicted in these photos?
That is at Robert's house. It was Cameron's graduation cookout that Robert had for him.
And Cameron is,
Cameron is my grandson. It's Robert's oldest one.
okay,
And I had Colton and Logan and Carly and Alana was there. Dana's aunt Nim was there. Her stepdad was there.
so is it very common for Bryce and Lana to be at family functions on your side of the family?
Yes.
Okay.
There was a lot of times Jeffrey took them up there. Robert has this swimming pool and they would go up there and just hang out and swim in the swimming pool, or Robert would barbecue him and Jeffrey, or.
And finally, A11, what's depicted in those photos?
This is where we rented a house at the lake and we all went up there and spent, I think it was like 4 or 5 days up there at the lake. We rented that house.
I'll tender both A10 and A11 to the court.
No objection.
For physically minus a 10 consisting of 2 photos. Objection. Also no objection to A11. Court is stating A11 consisting of 2 photos into evidence. Objection to the verdict.
Yeah, procedure.
Yes, please.
Um. Have you been in any way hostile to Stephanie or your grandkids?
No, have I not spoke to them a lot? Yes, but I'm not hostile.
Is that, have you? Is that, do you think the reason you haven't spoken is solely something you're doing, or is it something else?
It's something else because I don't, like I said, I don't get no phone calls. I don't know where they're living. I don't know where they're staying. I mean, they don't call.
Has there been any harsh words exchanged between you and the
No,
grandkids?
no,
Okay. Has there been any harsh words exchanged between you and Stephanie?
no, because I've never spoke to her in a long time.
Okay. Have you spoke to her at all since Jeffrey passed?
No,
Okay. Do you believe you have a conflict of interest with your son's estate?
no,
Okay. Um. Are you here to do his wishes?
yes,
Okay.
that was his last words he wanted. It'd
Um,
be the same way if I had a will, I would want it followed by the way I put it.
is there gonna be anything that occurs that, you know, of your doing that's gonna delay distributing the assets to the children?
Their age, that's the only thing I know of.
Okay, well, if the court says they can take possession of a vehicle or something like that, okay, let me say that, are you saying because they're minors, you can't title certain things? in their name?
Yes,
Okay. But you're willing to give them possession and do anything that you need to do as far as turn his estate over to his children?
yes, when they get of age, I don't have a problem with that.
Would you have seen that any other way?
No,
Do you think his estate should be divided in some different way?
only what would be equal to Alana and Bryce. Alana's like younger than Bryce, so it has to equal out. I mean, he can't get both trucks. That's not fair to her.
Okay.
Now, if they say sell it off, we sell it off, the money gets put into an account till they get of age and it's sitting there for them.
And it's your testimony that to this point, you, your husband, or your son Robert have maintained your son's estate?
Yes,
Okay. I'll pass the witness.
All right, let's take a 10-minute break and we'll start on this examination. It's 2:04. Now we start back at 2:00.
Noise tends to rise and fall.
All right, just before the break, can you get past your witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Williams, on the question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Oh, yes, I do. Ms. Armstrong, you stated earlier that you never spoke to Stephanie Richmond after Jeffrey's death.
As far as I remember.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Oh, listen, hold on. Sorry, Ms. Williamson, we'll start again, I apologize.
Yeah, I apologize. I thought you said 2:15. Okay.
You know, you can never rely on what the judge tells you, Ms. Williamson.
Okay, I apologize. Here I am.
We'll start over with the question. And just get ready.
Ms. Armstrong, okay.
Okay, I'm here, and my camera's just messed up.
Okay. Next time we take a break, I'll make sure to look to see your back.
Thank you.
Okay. See, I don't have that problem when everyone's in the courtroom, so I can see everyone. All right, Ms. Williams, go ahead.
You stated that you never spoke to Stephanie Richmond after Jeffrey's death.
Not that I remember, no.
Okay, and you would agree with me that it's important for the executor to be able to communicate with the only parent of the two minor children in the estate.
This concerned the kids, it didn't, as far as I know, I didn't have a reason to say anything to her.
So was that
Because
a
at
no?
this time, I don't know anything, because I hadn't heard nothing from my attorney.
I'm gonna object as non-responsive.
All right, that objection's overruled, but I want you to listen to your question and
Okay.
answer as best you can. If you want to ask it again?
Yes, you agree with me that it would be important for whoever the executor is to be able to communicate with the only parent of these children.
When needed, yes.
But you have not communicated with Stephanie Richmond at all.
No,
And you also agree with me that it would be important that the children be allowed to go into their father's home and onto his property and to go through his things. Would you agree with that?
yes,
You would agree with me that following Jeffrey's death, you and your family changed the locks on his property.
I don't know nothing about that.
You don't know anything about that.
There's,
true?
there's
Yeah.
always, he's always had a lock on it.
Okay, but the lock,
My son has always had a lock on it, so it may still be there because we don't want nobody to get on the property and damage the property.
what son are you talking about?
My Jeffrey had his lock on there.
Okay, and if I told you that that is a different lock than was there before he died, would you disagree with that, or do you just not know?
I don't know.
Okay, and what about the keys to his camper?
They're at my house with the rest of his keys.
Okay, and you talked about taking away Bryce's truck. That truck was given to him by his father, yes?
Yes,
And you took it away immediately after Jeffrey died, did you not?
not immediately when the insurance company called and told me that the insurance was gonna be dropped on it. I had to have that truck parked because I didn't want nothing to happen.
And there was no reason it couldn't be parked at his mother's house and just not drive it, yes?
No, I needed it here because I'm the executor of all his stuff. I need it all together.
But you were not the executor at the time, you haven't been appointed, have you?
No,
And so the truck could have been there for him, even if he just wanted to sit in it, look at it, think about his dad, yes?
I guess.
And it could have been kept at his mother's
If the
house,
judge would have signed off on it, yes, I didn't have a problem with that.
but you took the truck and put it at your house, yes?
Yes,
And you never had any conversations with Bryce about how that made him feel, have you?
when he was at my house, when he brought it, yes. We talked to him about that and told him the reason why we had to put it at the house, take it away because it had no insurance. His dad had passed away, it's in his dad's name, and we didn't know what was gonna happen.
And that is what you told him.
Yeah, we explained it to him, yes.
And that's not my question, ma'am. My question is simply, you never asked him how it made him feel for you to take away the truck that his dad gave him.
No,
Thank you. And right after her dad died, Alana called and asked for the dog that her dad had named Chica, yes?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No, she didn't call me,
Did she text you about a dog?
not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Would you agree with me that all 6 of Mr. Armstrong's dogs were shot?
I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't know what happened the night he left.
You would be
I
surprised.
do know that he did tell them that they couldn't handle that dog.
Is that a no? You don't know what happened to the dogs?
Correct.
Thank you. The children were not given access to his personal belongings. Is that a true statement?
Yes,
They were not allowed to go inside the camper.
yes.
When?
They could go in that camper anytime they wanted to.
When did they go?
They never came to ask.
So you never gave them the keys and said, go.
Bryce went in there the day my son passed away.
What about after that?
That, no.
And Alana, I think you testified earlier, was texting you about their dad's belongings.
Correct.
Yes? And the first time they got their dad's belongings was after we came to court. And there was an agreement for them to go pick up some of their dad's things, yes?
Yes.
And that was over a year and some months after he died, yes?
Yes.
And don't you think it's important for them to be able to heal? Yes?
Yes.
And if they wanted some of their dad's things that may not have had value to anybody else, but it was important to them, that would have been a good thing to do.
We did offer Bryce some stuff and he didn't want it.
And I'm asking you specifically when Alana was texting you. She was not given anything, was she?
Not at the time, no.
And they both had a 4-wheeler, yes?
Yes.
Alana was asking you if she could have her 4-wheeler at her mom's house so she could ride it, yes?
She asked if she could have a 4-wheeler to have it fixed.
And she was not given that 4-wheeler.
No.
If Ms. Blackwood's office reflects that you didn't give them the will until November of 2023, you would agree with me that that's different than what you testified earlier.
Yeah. But I have the receipt the day that we hired her.
And during the time that they're asking you about the probate of the will, and you're saying you're checking in with Ms. Blackwood, was there any reason you couldn't have just hired a different attorney?
I thought I had an attorney hired that was doing her job.
Okay, and the children were continuing, or Atlanta at least was continuing to ask you about when are we gonna be able to get our dad's things, yes?
Mhm.
And so the probate or the heirship that was filed by Ms. Richmond wasn't until a year after Jeffrey died, yes?
I'm assuming, I mean, yes.
I mean, it was the summer of 2024, yes?
Yes.
And you agree that these children have a right to all of their father's property.
Yes.
There was a barbecue pit that was built by Bryce and his dad, yes?
Jeffrey had a barbecue pit. Wouldn't realize that Bryce had worked with him on it, but Jeffrey had one, yes.
And right now that barbecue pit is at your son Robert's house, yes?
Yes.
And that wasn't in the will for him to get that, was it?
Nobody says he's got it. He's got it at his house.
It's at his house.
Yes.
And there was
they're
no-
more than willing to come and get it once the judge signs off.
The judge has to sign off on that, but you wouldn't let him keep the truck at his mother's house, but the barbecue pit that's huge was able to be taken to Robert's house, yes?
Yes.
And you and your family, your husband and your other sons went through Jeffrey's belongings, yes?
No,
So who put the stuff in the boxes that the children were picking up?
I did. And my sister-in-law did.
So you and your sister-in-law went through Jeffrey's possessions?
We went through, washed everything, put it in boxes for the kids for whenever the judge says they could have it.
Okay,
Because they were coming to pick the trailer up, the travel trailer up. Because they were fixing to repossess it.
so when y'all went through all of his things, y'all didn't invite the children to come and go through those things with you, did you?
Not at that time. I was
Yeah.
more worried to get the stuff out of the trailer before they picked it up.
Ms. Armstrong? Jeffrey also belonged to a union, yes?
Yes,
And there were benefits associated with him being part of that union, yes?
Yes,
And after he died, you sent paperwork to Miss Richmond's home for them to sign, yes?
for Bryce, yes,
For her to sign,
for Bryce,
but you didn't talk to her, you just sent the documents, yes?
yes, but there was copies in there of what to do.
But don't you think as executor, as you call it,
I
it
wasn't
would be,
executive at that time, though.
that's right,
That was the kindness of my heart to do that.
that was the kindness of your heart. It wasn't what they were entitled to,
Well, yeah,
so you had a duty to do that, yes?
yes,
But you didn't call and say, hey, I got these papers, I need you to fill them out for the kids to get whatever benefits are theirs. You just put them in the mail.
yes,
And you agree that these children have been through a lot, yes?
yes,
And not only did their father take his own life, yes?
yes.
Right before he passed, he was accused of molesting Alana's best friend.
Ma'am, that has nothing to do with this.
I'm asking you, that was the accusation, yes?
I was not told that by him.
You were not told that by him, but you are aware that that was an allegation against your son when he took his own life,
Yes.
yes? And that girl lived next door to Alana, yes?
I don't know.
Object to the relevance of this.
The relevance is these children were going through not only the suicide or the death of their own father. There were things going on beyond that that are important to show their state of mind and what they were going through, and then the treatment that they were getting by Miss Marina Armstrong. And I want to be able to explore that.
Well, what is the significance of the relevance of?
Because the children,
Of an accusation, did that ever go to trial?
well, he took his own life within days. And then there was the aftermath of that the children were going through, and that's where I'm going.
I understand, but this is the case to determine whether Jeffrey's mother is suitable to serve.
That's right. And I want to know what she knew about what the kids were going through, because if the kids are going through not only the grief of losing their father, and also this other stuff that was huge in their life. Alana had been friends with this girl her whole life. And it's important because what they're going through matters to the executor, and how you communicate with them and how you deal with them. And that's the reason why there's this big gap in trust and this big gap in communication, is because they were being treated like they weren't going through anything, like they weren't grieving. And that's important.
For one, I mean, I still don't see the relevance to her performing her duties, whether she's suitable or not. But we're talking about, this is a nameless accusation, we're just talking about, it's almost like dealing with a hypothetical at this point.
Your Honor, I will ask this. If I'm not allowed to explore this, we're not going to get to the reason why she's not sued. And the reason why I believe it's important is the children were going through a lot of trauma at this time. And their treatment by their grandmother, their lack of communication with their grandmother mattered to the point that she put herself and her interest above what their needs were. And that's what we're here about, whether or not she has a conflict of interest and she can put their needs above her needs.
I think we're talking about two different things, though. You're talking about an accusation that was made, what the children were going through, but the court understands that when you have someone that commits suicide, it's going to be a major factor in any book. Question really is you've been alleging the evidence has been that Miss Armstrong had minimal communication with her grandchildren since her son died.
It was with Miss Richmond, she had met, right.
Well, I thought you testified that since her son's passing, there was minimal communication with the children. So that's your argument as to one reason this Armstrong's not qualified, but I don't see what an unrelated charge is. I mean, I think you can ask her questions related to her relationship with the children.
Okay.
I don't think we need to get into this, speculation as to why Armstrong took his life.
Right, and I'm not trying to get into why he took his own life. I'm trying to get into what was going on with the children at the time they were having this extra antagonism and hostility from their grandmother, to the point where they believe, and we believe, she has a conflict of interest in going forward. And we don't have to talk about the accusation at all, but what they were going through in not able to go to school because they had to be homeschooled. I mean, it was a lot more going on than just the death of their father.
I understand that whether they were homeschooled or not, whether they had therapy or not, really has nothing to do with Miss Armstrong's suitability to serve. I mean, I guess you're trying to tie it in somehow.
Yes,
But so go ahead, but we don't need to get into what happened to Mr. Armstrong or what accusations might have been.
fair enough. Fair enough. May I proceed?
Want to explore a relationship with your children, both pre and post Jeffrey's death, what will allow.
Okay,
Other than that, I think it's not relevant.
thank you, Judge. Ms. Armstrong, with respect to the agreement that you put into evidence in 2017. I'm sorry, I didn't get the date of that. That was 7 years ago when they signed those agreements to allow you to make certain decisions when they were working out of town, yes?
Yes,
And the children at that time, they were Stephanie Richmond, to your knowledge, and your son Jeffrey always had joint custody, yes? You don't know?
I don't know to that point. No, all I know is the paperwork that I had that was signed and gave to me.
Okay, and that was signed by the parents. That was not a court order, right?
Yes, the lawyer drew it up and they signed it.
A lawyer drew it up. Okay. Was it a court order? Was it signed by a judge? Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
That I can't answer.
Please. This was signed by Jeffrey, yes?
Yes, ma'am.
And you don't see a judge's signature anywhere on here, right?
No.
And there's no case number here at the top.
No.
Same with this one, no case number here at the top, right? And this one signed by Stephanie Richmond,
Yes.
and there's no judge's signature on any of these pages, right?
Yes.
So if you agree with me, this was an agreement between you and the parents to help out while they were working out of town.
Yes.
And that's not unusual for a grandparent to step up and help when people are working out of town.
Correct.
When you took the truck from Bryce, did you consider whether or not he would have transportation to and from school?
No.
We were talking a little bit earlier about the children. Would you agree with me that the children should not have to deal with additional stress in addition to the death of their father?
Yes.
And that they shouldn't have to experience tension in dealing with the person who's in charge of their father's estate, no matter who it is.
Correct.
And it's important to have a person in charge of the estate who can be objective, yes?
Yes.
And fair,
Yes.
and who can freely communicate with them, yes?
Yes.
And I believe your testimony was you texted Bryce, but he didn't text you back, yes?
Yes. And called.
I'm sorry,
And called.
and called, and he didn't call you back.
Correct.
And you received text messages and you did text Alana back at times, yes?
Yes.
But that was sporadic. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And when you have minor children in an estate and you don't have necessarily a communication with their parent, would you agree with me that it's even more important that you be able to communicate with those children so you can explain to them what's going on?
Correct.
But at this particular time, you guys don't talk like that. Is that a fair statement?
Who you saying y'all?
the children,
I don't have a problem talking to my children, my grandkids.
but you have not been talking to them, is my
I
question. The photographs that you put into evidence, there was two photographs, one photograph of shortly before Jeffrey died, yes?
Yes,
And it was the three of them, him and his children, yes?
yes,
And one of them was your home video camera of Alana getting out of a car and then playing with a dog, yes?
yes.
And you would agree with me that all of the rest of those photographs are from years ago when they were growing up, yes?
Not all of them, no. There's times that right before that, we went to Dallas on vacation, I took them.
And you would agree
And
with
she was living with her mom at that time.
And you would agree with me that at the time, since Jeffrey's death, none of those pictures were since he passed, except for the one on the camera of the house. Yes.
Repeat that, please?
None of the photographs that you put into evidence were in the last, well, since July 31st of 2023, except the one of Alana from the home video surveillance.
Correct.
You tell Bryce that his dad didn't have anything and everything was gonna have to be sold?
No,
You never said that?
nope,
Are you aware of anyone else telling you that?
not that I'm aware of, no. He was told that depending on what happens with paying off everything that he had in debt or anything that had to be paid for. That's what he was told. We had to wait for the will to be probated.
Were you surprised that the children wanted to have some of their father's things?
No,
And you weren't surprised that they would have wanted to go over to where he lived and where they spent time with him? You wouldn't be surprised by that, would you?
no,
That's a very natural thing, yes?
I guess.
But they weren't, they were not doing that, right?
They didn't ask nobody. They didn't say, hey, we're going over to Dad's or nothing else.
In fact, when y'all picked out the headstone a while ago, they weren't invited to go do that, were they?
No,
Y'all just sent them a picture after the fact, yes?
I didn't send him a picture.
Sir,
I didn't send no
you
picture.
didn't even send them a picture of the dad's headstone. At the funeral service, the viewing, but Stephanie Richmond was not allowed to come. Was she?
Correct.
She was not allowed to come to her ex-husband's funeral, right?
Correct.
And she had two children with this man, yes?
Yes,
And you agree that it would have been important for her to be able to comfort her own children at their father's funeral.
that's my grandkids. I was there to comfort them.
So do you agree that it would have been important for them to have their mother there?
I'm not gonna answer that one
Why not?
because I don't feel like they had plenty of family there to help them.
Then you made that
Absolutely.
decision that they couldn't have their mother there, right?
I did, yes.
Not our past witness.
Sorry, any further, just some brief follow-up. I guess just starting right there. Your mind, what was the reason that you had to exclude Stephanie from?
Hang on. Wait. Background noise. Wait a second. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, and just picking up on that question, what was the reason why you felt like you needed to exclude Stephanie from the viewing?
My son, actually said that he wished she would go on to Dallas, so she would be out of his life.
Was there not a good relationship between them?
I think at times, yes, but other times, no. I can't fully answer 24/7 on that one.
So, was it you or is it other family members that felt the same way about excluding her?
Yes,
Meaning other family members?
yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Um. So, given Stephanie and Jeffrey's relationship and I guess the sentiment among the family, did you feel like that was the best thing to do?
Yes,
Um. Did you just one day stop talking to Bryce or Alan?
up to that time, no, I mean, before that, everything was, they were just at my house. There was nothing wrong.
Okay, so after Jeffrey dies, I mean, you're obviously grief stricken.
I couldn't tell you what went on during that time.
Okay. But did you attempt to maintain contact with them?
I tried, yes.
And how did you try?
Like I said, I tried calling and then texting. You know, and then I figured they could text me back, but they didn't. Alana text when she wanted something.
So do you feel like, who do you feel like put out more effort in trying to maintain the relationship?
I did,
Okay, it wasn't them texting you and you ignoring them.
no,
Okay, so did you feel like maybe something was going on with them?
yes, I didn't know what was the reason is that they just pulled away from us that quick, but they did. I mean, we even let Bryce drive Jeffrey's white truck, which still had insurance at that time, to the funeral, because he asked, and we let him drive it.
Okay. So did you eventually lessen your attempts to communicate with them?
Yes,
Was that in any way an attempt to give them some kind of space or?
I mean,
Objection leading.
Was there a reason behind lessening the communication?
no, sir. I just figured once the lawyer got all the paper probated, got all done, that I would notify them, let them know what the situation was, what we was gonna have to do.
And again, you hired a lawyer 2 weeks after his death,
Yes,
okay? And did you intend or think that we'd still be here today and you not being able to disperse assets?
no,
Okay. You were asked if you didn't turn the will over until November, is that correct?
no.
Okay.
We gave the will to Amy when we had that appointment.
Okay.
What we were waiting on was the death certificate.
So the truck which truck was Bryce driving at the time of his father's death?
It's a black Chevrolet truck.
Okay. Was this his like vehicle he drove on a regular basis?
Yes,
Okay. It was in his father's name?
yes.
Okay. When did you ask for that truck to stay at your house?
When the insurance company called and said they were fixing to drop the insurance on it, and I knew that until they got the will probated, I didn't know what was gonna happen with any of my son's stuff.
Was there a debt on that vehicle?
No,
Okay. But if you wreck that vehicle, that's, nothing but equity, you lose the equity.
Objection leading.
It's the same. Rephrase the question.
Okay. Would a concern be that if, that's if that's Jeffrey's truck and it has value to it, if it was wrecked, would that diminish the estate?
Yes,
When did they call and tell you they were dropping the insurance?
um. He called and said, once about a month afterwards.
Right.
Maybe not that long,
Okay,
because he said my son was deceased, so that drops the insurance. It even dropped it on the travel trailer, so
and how did you explain that to Bryce?
we explained to him that the insurance was gonna be dropped. That he wouldn't be covered under insurance and that, if he was driving it, something was to happen, they could turn around and sue the estate.
Okay, because there wouldn't be any liability insurance on it either.
Right,
Okay. Are you aware if you can get, if you know the answer to this question? Did you ask if you could get insurance on the vehicle? Or was that not possible?
I did not ask.
Did anybody else ask if they could get insurance on the vehicle?
Not to me, no.
Did Bryce or his mother ask?
No,
Okay. Do you know if they would have even been able to get insurance on the vehicle?
I do not know because my son, it was in my son's name when he had passed, so I do not know that.
So allowing him to continue to drive the truck, you or anybody else without insurance, would that have been a wise thing to do?
No,
Because if he wrecked that truck, he wouldn't have a truck today.
correct,
He might have gotten sued by somebody else.
correct,
But as of right now, he has a truck sitting at your house.
yes,
And did you think you'd be sitting here today, not able to disperse the estate or be the executor by this point?
no,
Okay. Again, you said any harsh words to your grandchildren. You agree there's been a lack of communication.
yes,
Is that going to prevent you from performing the duties that your son assigned to you?
nope. He assigned it to me to give to his kids, and which is what I would do.
I'll pass those.
What do you say?
Just, follow up order. And the decision not to let Stephanie Richmond accompany her children at their father's funeral, that was your decision,
One of them, yes,
okay? And you would agree that the children attending their father's memorial service or funeral, it would have been important to let it be about the children, yes?
yes, I
And
even
not-
asked him to sit beside me,
And not be about your or Stephanie Richmond's issues, but what's good for them.
correct,
You would agree that's what the focus should have been, yes?
yes,
And with respect to them not texting you or not calling you, you were the adult, yes?
yes,
And if you're appointed executor, you will be the adult, yes?
yes,
And the decision making about what is best for the children would be the executor who's in charge of this estate, yes?
yes, and the judge,
But if the judge, you're asking to be an independent executor, right? You're not asking to come and get the court approval for everything you do. You're asking, I mean, what you filed, you're asking that you be allowed to administer the estate independently.
what
Yes.
was my son said, yes, what my son's wishes were, yes,
And so the court is gonna have to trust the executor to make the best decisions for the children, yes?
yes,
And not to put their own feelings above that.
correct.
Your Honor, I'll pass this witness.
All right. Is that all we're gonna take further?
Nothing further this
Of course, there's that one question for the witness. Did your grandchildren attend their father's funeral?
Yes,
Anything further? You may sit down.
thank you.
Mr. Elrod, the witness?
Yes, I have a couple more, but it'll be very brief.
Fine.
Okay. I'm gonna call, Mr. Willie Armstrong.
On the court, gave you the oath, stood all day.
Yes.
See?
Yes.
All right, proceed with your.
All right, Mr. Armstrong, just for the court record, can you state your name?
William Armstrong Jr.
Okay, and we talked about it, but Jeffrey Armstrong, that's your son,
Yes,
okay. You've been in the courtroom the entire time your wife has been
yes,
testifying. Have you been able to hear the questions that I asked of her?
yes,
Have you been able to hear her answers?
yes,
If I were to go through that whole question and answer with you, would you agree? Would you substantially agree with the answer she gave?
yes,
Okay. You were a witness to your son's will, is that correct?
yes.
Okay. What was the timing of him signing that will?
It was a week before he passed. Me and him went up there to Comus Mill on Monday.
Okay.
I don't know the exact date, but when the will was notarized. So,
But it was on Monday.
yes,
And you witnessed him sign it,
yes,
like personally observed him sign it?
yes,
Okay. You recognize his signature on the document?
yes.
Okay. In your mind, is there any reason why your wife shouldn't serve in the capacity that your son asked her to serve in?
No,
Okay. Do you think she's at any way is at a conflict of interest with Alana or Bryce?
no,
Okay. Do you think she's trying to act in their best interest?
oh, yes,
Do you think she's trying to act in the best interest of the estate?
yes,
Do you agree with the decision that was made to park the truck?
yes.
What was the relationship like between your son and Miss Richmond?
Well, he wanted her to go to Dallas and get out of his and the kids' lives. Exact words he said 2 weeks before he passed away. Cause he told me, he said,
Objection, Your Honor, you're saying.
Can't say what your son said.
well, what I overheard was,
Objection, Your Honor.
Can't,
Hearsay.
can't say what anybody else told you unless they're a witness.
well, Lana Bryce was there. On the patio.
I didn't hear what you said.
They heard, Lana Bryce was on the patio when he told me this. Two weeks before he passed away.
Okay. Thanks. So, corroborating witness.
Lana Bryce was there.
Well, hang on, I'm asking you, sir, I'm asking your vote.
We can question him if necessary about that.
I don't think that's an exception to the use of rule. He's offering to pay a truth of the matter asserted.
Oh, excuse me.
Oh, you can't hear.
Yeah, I couldn't hear Miss Williams' objection.
I believe it's hearsay. I object on that basis. I believe Mr. Armstrong is offering that testimony for the truth of the matter asserted and offering that statement, that out of court statement. So we object to it as hearsay.
Is there another way around that, Mr.
I can move forward.
Go ahead.
Was there, in your observation, did you observe good communication between your son and Miss Richmond?
No,
Hang on a second. What time frame are we talking about?
Within the year or two before his death.
no,
Okay. So you would not characterize that as a good relationship
No.
before he passed? Okay. Before he passed, was there any issues with your relationship or your wife's relationship with your grandkids?
No,
Okay. What did you notice about that relationship after Jeffrey's death?
like they didn't want to come around.
Are you able to pinpoint any reason?
No, not offhand, but I mean, they just, I don't know, like they don't want to come around. Or somebody don't want them to come around. I don't know.
Was that something you observed?
Yeah,
In seeing them in
Because-
person?
Me and Bryce, we used to do everything. Me and Lana hauled hay together. She helped me haul hay, my granddaughter. She helped me tie it down. I went and picked her up from her house. And then that weekend, we went and hauled hay together. We would always do stuff like that.
You know, in the aftermath of your son's death, how much did you see your grandkids?
I don't know.
Did you see them past the funeral?
We seen them at the funeral. And then when Bryce brought the truck back, and then when Lana come to the house looking for the CD, and she got mad at me because I didn't give her the CD of the funeral. But like I told her granny had put it up somewhere, and I said, I don't go in your granny's closet and dig for nothing. I said, if you'd have let me know a day or two ahead of time, I would have made sure I had it for you, babe. And that's the way I am.
Was there anything you, your wife or anyone else did that you felt like the kids felt like they weren't welcome to come to your home?
They're welcome anytime. I offered for Bryce to live with us. When he brought the truck back, I said, Bryce, you can live with us. We will get you back and forth to school. All we ask for you to do is to graduate and help around the house here a little bit and get you a part-time job. And the money that you get off of your daddy, we put in an account for you until you turn 18 and you be control of it. You wouldn't have to worry about utility bills, none of that stuff.
Are your motivations for the best interest of your grandchildren?
Yes, most definitely. They can live with me right now if they want. They can get in my truck, I take them right now and I go home with them.
And do you
I don't
think,
have a problem with that. I don't even know why we're up here.
you agree with your wife's testimony that y'all hired Annie Bythewood in August?
Yes,
Okay. Did y'all take the will to that meeting?
yes,
Okay. And to your knowledge, did anything move forward with the case?
no, we kept waiting on the death certificate and it took 6 months for it to get the death certificate back. Because they done a gunpowder residue on his hand. And no sooner we got the gunpowder, no sooner we got the death certificate back, I took it up there to Amy's office personally and handed it over to him. And she mailed the rest of the stuff to the grandkids.
Okay, so it did take a while to get the death certificate.
Yes,
Okay. Did y'all inquire with anybody why it was taking so long?
they told us and that with the gunpowder residue test, it takes a while. I
Okay,
guess they must be backed up, I don't know.
okay,
So we had to last long.
okay. So you think that took about 6 months?
Yes,
Okay. Are you aware of the custody arrangement between, or that existed between your son and, in between Stephanie?
yes,
And what's your understanding of that?
Jeffrey had sole custody of both kids.
Okay, did that come out of the divorce?
No, she signed them over to him.
When was that?
Well, she signed Bryce over first. He was living in Kirbyville, Texas. And Bryce went to live with him then. And then he told her, he said, I don't know exact dates. but as
I'm
soon
gonna
as-
object this to hearsay judge
Say
again.
what Bryce said.
Well, I didn't say what Bryce, I mean, Bryce went and lived with him at that time. But my understanding was that he wanted custody of Bryce. And she signed custody over first. Then after that, she went to Dallas with Lana to stay with Jenny Lynn. And then she brought Lana back and signed custody over to Jeffrey then. And it's documented right here in the courthouse.
Was she working in Dallas or was she living in Dallas?
I don't know what she was doing. I don't even know the reason why she moved to Dallas.
Okay. How long did the kids live with you and your wife?
Around 2 years,
Okay.
off and on.
Was there also a period where they lived with their uncle Robert?
Yes,
Okay.
because I was always off working on pipeline too.
Was the time period in which they lived with Robert, after the time in which they lived with y'all?
It was kind of prior and, kind of joined,
Okay,
you know what I'm saying?
okay. Do you have a concern if Stephanie was named the executive?
Kids won't see no money.
Um. So. So you have trust issues whether she would fulfill her duties as the
Yes.
executive? What leads you to that conclusion?
First pipeline job my wife's son had, he made $95,000. He come home, he was flat broke.
Objection, Your Honor, I'm gonna object this to hearsay. What's his personal knowledge?
I'm telling you, my
Well,
brother.
First, I'll open an objection, witness I'm talking, has to address the objection. The objection is hearsay,
Yes, sir.
my response.
Unless it was something other than his son told him, I'd have to ask how he knows that.
I was sort of find out.
Okay. How are you aware of that?
He sold it, had to sell his white truck.
Same objection.
I'll move forward. But you don't, you're not confident that Stephanie would act in her children's best interest.
I don't think.
Do you believe your wife is motivated to do right by her son?
Oh, yes.
Have you and your wife been physically or financially maintaining the estate?
Yes.
Has one anything walked off that property?
No,
Has anything been sold?
no,
Has anything been concealed?
no.
If the kids called you, or if Stephanie called you on behalf of the kids, could the kids come over and see their dad's stuff?
Yeah,
Okay,
you come out there today. I don't want her on the property.
okay. But the kids have always had an open invitation.
Yes.
Have they ever been told anything different? than
Nope.
that?
Matter of fact, I put a brand new battery on Bryce's truck.
Do you believe, well. I'll ask those.
Ms. Williams, some questions for Mr. Armstrong?
Just a few, Judge. Mr. Armstrong, you stated that, you did not believe, or your son wanted her to be gone, that he had custody of the children at the time he died, yes? Is that what your testimony was?
You got an answer on that?
Yes,
You would agree with me that you were not on the phone when Jeffrey would talk to Stephanie in the 6 months before he passed.
no,
You were not privy to their text messages.
no,
No. You were not privy to any emails or any conversations that they
no,
had. So you don't have any personal knowledge as to what their relationship was when they spoke with each other. Yes,
that's what my son told me.
just what what you say he told you. And he had his land for sale, did he not?
No,
He didn't have that land for sale when he died?
no.
Not-
He didn't. No, ma'am, he didn't. He was going to say,
And his plan was to move to Newton to be closer to the children, yes?
no,
No?
no.
Okay.
They wanted him to move to New.
When Stephanie Richmond was told she could not come into the funeral service or the viewing, you did nothing to allow her to go in there and comfort her children.
No,
And I believe your testimony, your wife's testimony, you were in here when she said that Miss Richmond's mother and her father could not come on your property.
that's right.
And that's what you agree with,
Yeah.
that, don't you?
Yeah.
And Miss Richmond, I think you testified
Yeah.
can't come on your property.
Yeah, that's right. That's my right as a taxpayer and an American citizen.
And in fact, with respect to their father's property, that was owned by Jeffrey Armstrong, the decedent, yes?
Yes,
And Miss Richmond, you wouldn't allow her to go on that property, would you?
as far as I know, she's never been over.
You wouldn't allow it though, would you?
As far as I know, she's never been over.
Is that a no?
No. Lana and Bryce can go over all they want. Matter of fact, Bryce can come over and help brush hog it. I taught him how to brush hog the tractor.
And whatever Jeffrey had is owned by the children, yes?
Yes,
And if they wanted their mother to go over there, that's their right, yes?
yes, but they didn't say that.
Pass the witness, Judge.
Nothing further for this witness.
Now, I have one question. It's all regarding your son's home record. Yeah, you said you saw him sign his name.
Yes, sir.
Did you see him also write out the will?
No, sir, I was outside working in the yard, and he come out with a piece of paper, and he said, "Daddy, come on ride with me. I will need to go get this notarized."
Do you recognize his handwriting?
Yes, sir.
Is that all in his handwriting?
Yes, sir, it is.
So and your signature is below his?
Yes, sir.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Not this witness, Judge.
Make this witness sit down.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
You can have witness.
Robert Armstrong. Third this morning.
Right. So that's there.
Robert, for the record, can I have you state your name for the board?
So Robert D. Armstrong,
Okay, and Jeffrey Armstrong, that's your brother,
my little brother,
little brother?
younger brother,
Okay. All right, where do you reside?
147 County Road 2100, Woodville, Texas.
Okay. Did you have a close relationship with your brother?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you all get to see each other frequently?
Every day. They
Okay,
work with me.
so y'all work together?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you, are you close with his children?
Somewhat, yes, sir. I mean, it's been a while since I spoke to him. I hugged Bryce's neck and stuff. Alana didn't want anything. But I was close with him.
Okay. Is there a marked difference in the relationship since, Jeffrey's death?
Yes.
Would you call that the point where the relationship changed?
I don't know that would be when. I mean, me and Bryce still stay fairly close. And Alana, we text. They just, as they drove on, they just got to where we didn't want them.
So how much communication have you had with them since, Jeffrey's funeral?
It's been a while. It's been minimal though.
Okay.
It's been several months since I talked to him.
Okay. Are you aware of any reason why there's been limited communication between them and your parents?
Man, it really, I don't understand it. It doesn't make any sense to me why it's
Have you observed anything um, that you would take as making them unwelcome?
You know, sir. My parents love them to death. I love them to death. They're always welcome.
Have you previously seen a copy of your brother's will?
I knew there was one. I haven't.
You've never seen it?
No.
Your Honor, can I show a copy? Sure. Okay. I'm gonna show him. I'm gonna show you a copy of what we have filed with the court. And represent to you that that's Jeffrey's will. Do you recognize his handwriting?
Yes, sir, I do.
Is that, would you observe your brother's handwriting in the past, correct?
That's him.
Are you confident that's his handwriting?
That's
Are you confident that his signature is on this page?
see it.
Are you aware of any reason why your mother shouldn't serve as the executor?
No, sir. That right there, that was his property, his things. Only he worked for them things and gained those things his entire life. That was his choice to do with them, what he wants. That's what he wants.
And he trusted your mother to see that through.
Yes, sir, he trusted her whole life. She took care of bills for him, paid things for him, anytime he was off work, took care of the children.
You could have chose anybody.
Could have chosen anybody.
All right, would your mother do anything to
No, sir.
jeopardize what these kids receive from their dad?
No, sir.
Okay. You noticed anything of your dad's, I mean, not your dad's, your brother's missing, gone, being used improperly?
No, I mean, everything's as it was. He left it, the day he left here, it's all still sitting there.
Okay.
Everything that he left.
I'll ask Liz.
Mr. Armstrong, who authorized you to take your brother's barbecue pit to your house?
My brother.
Your brother did?
Yes.
Why didn't you bring it back to your mother's when they were collecting the
Because
property?
he gave it to me.
Oh, we gave it to you.
Yes, ma'am, he did.
And if there's testimony here today that that's not the case, you would disagree with that?
Of course.
Okay. And we're talking about, it's like a homemade barbecue pit, it's kind of large.
Yes.
Okay. With respect to,
Well, if we need to call another witness on that, I've got that too. He was
Mr.
in the truck
Armstrong.
with me.
Mr. Armstrong, I haven't asked you a question. My question is, you were the one who actually told Stephanie Richmond to leave the viewing. She couldn't even wait in the parking lot, right?
No, she could wait in the parking lot. She just couldn't come in the building.
You didn't let her come in the building, right?
Right.
And you think that was in the children's best interest?
It wasn't my request.
Did you tell her or did you not?
Oh, I did.
And at the time, did you believe that that was best for the children?
I don't know. I lost my brother. I wasn't thinking anything straight.
But you would agree
My
with
very
me,
best friend in my life was gone.
you would agree with me that you have to put, when you are dealing with children, you need to put their interests ahead of your own sometimes. Yes?
Yes,
And this was their mother, yes?
yes.
And she was not allowed to come in and comfort them at their dad's funeral.
No.
I pass the witness, Judge.
Anything further?
And just to clarify, as far as the barbecue pit goes, you're saying that he gifted that to you?
Yes, sir, he did.
Okay, when did he do that?
Yes, before, it was the weekend, a couple weekends before, something like that, when he was moving off his property.
Okay,
Yep.
did he deliver it to your home?
No, I just told him we were moving everything out, we just moved over the gas. And told him I'd get it later when we got him to have my tractor, to be able to lift it off the trailer. I just told him I'd get it later.
So that's something, are you aware if Bryce helped construct that barbecue pit?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay.
I wasn't around when when I was working, he was off, so.
That's the list.
No further questions of this witness, Judge.
No, I believe it will, rest at this time.
I don't need a break. Judge, we'll call Kenneth Carter.
The court's morning was early, it's good for all day. You see? Explain whenever you're done.
Would you state your name for the record?
Kenneth Dale Carl,
Ms. Carter, what is your relationship to Stephanie Richmond?
I'm her stepfather,
And how long have you been married to her mom?
close to 40 years.
Okay, so you've known these children their whole lives.
Yeah,
Do you also know Marina Armstrong?
Yeah.
Or how do you know her?
she's my niece.
She's your biological niece?
Her daddy's my half brother.
Okay, and how would you describe Alana and Bryce's relationship? Or do you have a relationship with them yourself?
Yeah, I mean,
How
Sure.
often do you visit with them?
once or twice a week.
Okay, and that's been even after Jeffrey's passing?
Yeah.
How would you say their time has been since their dad died?
Disappointed.
Disappointing,
Yeah, bad.
angry? Did you say bad
No,
or mad?
I said disappoint me, but they be mad, you know.
Uh-huh,
Uh, I'm disappointed.
why is that?
Well, you know, when my nephew passed away, they should have become them, all of them. You know, all about the two kids.
Has it been about the kids?
No,
Why do you say that?
because I ain't seen them come over or nothing. No, the kids say they don't, they try to reach them, they don't respond. I'm disappointed.
Okay, have you had an opportunity to observe Marina Armstrong's actions towards the children since their dad's death?
No,
Would you say have you seen them at a family get together at the same place at the same time?
no,
To your knowledge, have the kids gone over there to visit or spend any holidays with Marina and Willie?
no,
Have these children suffered since their dad died? Have they suffered?
yeah, that's her daddy that passed away.
And they were close to him, weren't they?
Yeah,
Do you believe your niece can put aside her personal feelings for Stephanie and all the other things and put the kids' interests first?
right. You know,
Do you believe she can do that?
no,
And do you believe that the children should be able to move forward and get through this probate without any additional stress and anxiety caused by this hostility?
yes, I do.
Your Honor, pass the witness.
Sure, lots of questions.
Did you say you have not observed any interaction between Marina and Willie and Alana Bryce? Okay,
Except the day we went and got that stuff.
okay. And were you aware, or did you know what the agreement was as far as who was supposed to come over and when?
Yeah, it was us.
Could you have him repeat that answer?
All were supposed to come
Okay.
over.
Yeah, to come get the stuff.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Could you have him repeat the answer?
So the last question,
Were you aware or did you know what the agreement was as far as who was supposed to come over?
can you answer that question?
I thought it was us.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
I thought it was us supposed to go with them to go get their stuff.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure. You stated that according to Alaman and Bryce, they told you that, that Willie and Marina won't respond to them.
Right.
That's what they told you.
That's what the text, there's no text message nowhere.
So you would disagree that, that it's actually been, the Armstrongs reaching out to deaf ears?
Say that again?
You would disagree with me then that it's been the Armstrongs reaching out without a response?
Right.
Okay. Were you not speaking with, the Armstrongs before Jeff passed away?
Every time we see each other and speak. I mean, we don't, I mean. We didn't just go over every weekend or every 2 or 3 months or, you know, when we see each other, we spoke.
Okay. And it's true that you've had limited contact with them since Jeffrey's passed?
Yeah.
Okay. You haven't taken it upon yourself to say, hey, these kids are hurting, you know, y'all need to do something about this. You've not done
No, I didn't.
that. Okay. Are you aware they were invited to Christmas at Robin's house?
No.
Okay. Why did y'all feel the need to come with them to the Armstrong's house?
Because they couldn't go over about the sick. They didn't have a video. So they used ours.
I'll ask them this.
How was it when y'all went over there to get the stuff? When after the court date, y'all went that very same day, did you not?
The day after.
That day after? Y'all went over there and to pick up some personal belongings of Jeffrey for the children. And we had come to court that week and reached an agreement that they could go over there and get their stuff, yes?
Yes,
And you and your wife rode with them? Yes?
yes.
And was there tension, for lack of a better term, between Miss Marina Armstrong or her husband and the children?
Right, I mean, they ignored it,
Who ignored?
they did.
Marina and her husband ignored the
Yeah,
children?
well, she came later
Uh-huh,
with the then after they come, we done had it all loaded up and everything, and Willie didn't even offer to walk across the street, you know,
okay.
driveway, whatever you want to call it.
Where were the things? When y'all went to pick it up from them, where were the belongings?
Three, passed away,
You mean where he took his life?
yeah.
They were taken out of the house and put on the ground?
No, they was on a little trailer,
I'm sorry,
on a little utility trailer.
on a utility trail, and it was very close to the spot where the father took his life.
Yes,
The belongings were taken from wherever and put there.
right.
And, did this upset the children? Did it upset the children?
Yeah, it bugged me. I mean, you know, because they, you know, thought, well, I thought we were supposed to go in and get the stuff.
They thought they were gonna be able to go in and get their dad's stuff. Were they allowed to do that?
No, because it was all sitting out there as far as we, you know, I knew that was it, you know.
Okay, and that's all they were able to
Yeah.
take. So this was the Sunday after we came to court. Yes? We
Yeah,
agreed
yes.
upon date in our agreement on August the 11th or so.
Yes.
Okay. I'll pass the witness, Judge.
Just briefly, while you were there, is it true that Robert, you and Robert stood and talked most of the time y'all were there?
Yes.
Okay. And where was this little boy located?
Well, there's Cody Willie's house and there's the barn and there's a street runs this way. They bought property over here with, Jeffrey that killed himself. And that's where the Willie's truck and the little, trailer was sitting right there.
Okay, so the stuff that was on the trailer, had that previously been inside the travel trailer?
Objection calls for speculation.
Well, maybe I can't understand, so.
No,
Wait, so, as to yes, corporal knowledge.
Do you have any personal knowledge if the stuff that was on the little boy had been in the travel trailer?
No.
Okay. You wouldn't know whether it was or it was.
no,
I'll pass it.
Which one was that?
No further questions of this witness, Judge.
I had a couple of questions for you. I'm trying to understand your relationship to the family. Did I hear right that you are the uncle of Miss Armstrong?
yes, yeah,
And you refer to her as, is it Colleen or Marina? How do you call her?
Colleen.
Colleen, I'm sorry. Colleen. It's 2 E's and 1 F. And then what type of relationship do you have with Colleen up until the time her son and your nephew passed away?
I didn't have nothing, no problems with her,
I mean, were you close to see each other?
no,
Okay, and so after your nephew passed away, did your relationship with your niece change in any way?
the only way it changed is the way everything was in. Shortly afterwards, okay, let me put it this way. Me and Colleen are, I'm her uncle, she's my niece. Before Jeffrey passed away, I keep on saying passed, but anyway. We got along, I thought we did, you know what I'm saying? But I mean, just recently, after this and the kids asked questions and they would never give them an answer, nothing, And to me, it aggravated me, disappointed me, you know what I'm saying? If the kids ask the question, they all make the answer.
Kids are asking the questions to who?
Well, why do we have to give our truck up? Or why can't I get my four wheel? Why can't we go over there and look through the trailer and get stuff for our own stuff,
These were questions that either Lana or Splice
Yeah,
asked you.
no, I'm just hearing what, they say, they ask, they want to,
Oh, so you had talked to the children?
Yes.
So they had some
yeah,
communication or not communication with their grandmother?
yes.
And it was your sense that they were disappointed?
Oh, they was mad,
And what were they mad about?
just the way that they've been treated,
Well, what did they say, if anything, that's how they were treated by their grandmother?
they was treated like they wasn't nothing.
And why do they feel that way? Do you know?
Just they's always mad at them, I mean, when they asked the question, why didn't they answer the questions, when they asked if they wanted something for their daddy or whatever,
What's the nature of your relationship with their mom? Did it was pretty good or?
Yeah.
Nothing's changed since the passing of your nephew?
nothing.
And so is it your testimony here that you believe that Colleen is not capable of serving as executor of her son's estate?
No,
I'm sorry.
no, I'm not, you know,
You're not one.
I'm not, I don't think she should be the executive of the state.
Okay, and what is your reason for believing or saying that? Why do you have that opinion?
Just the way she treats the kids. She ain't gonna trust Stephanie, so, you know, 'cause she don't like Stephanie. So,
Okay, is that a mutual thing as far as you can tell?
yeah,
They don't like each other. Is that a yes?
yes.
Hang on 1 second, so my battery's getting low on this.
Yeah, you may.
In terms of the relationship between Ms. Armstrong and well, Stephanie, some kind of last name right now. Do they ever have a good relationship as far as you know?
No, I don't, it was a little, maybe at first, you know. Then, you know, afterwards, you know, it kind of, she said, well, I don't think Colleen likes me.
This is after they got divorced? Or-
No, this is people,
Okay, so this is nothing new in terms of their relationship.
relationship. Different.
As far as you know, have they always been cordial with one another, but not really like each other's company?
Yeah, that's, yes,
Is that still the case today?
yes.
All right, I have nothing further. Anything further for the witness? Mr. Ella,
No.
Ms. Williams?
Would you describe the relationship between Stephanie and Marina, or Marina and Stephanie, to be the same or worse after Jeffrey's death?
I think it's the same,
You think it's the same?
it ain't gonna never change.
Do you believe that Stephanie is doing anything to antagonize Colleen?
No. She's strictly for the kids.
That's what is.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
And you've seen Jeffrey's hand very well, correct?
No, that's,
Are you aware that he named his mother to serve as executive?
yes,
Did he have a good relationship with his mother,
I would thought so,
as far as you know?
as far as I know.
Did he trust or not trust his mother?
As far as I know. Maybe, you know, I know he loved his mother.
But you don't trust your niece to look after the best interests of her grandchildren, should the court appoint her to serve as executive?
Yes,
You think she wouldn't deliver the property to him?
no, unless the court ordered.
So you think she wouldn't do anything voluntarily?
No.
Is that right?
Correct.
You think she'd keep the property for herself?
I can't answer.
You think she's so angry or has such a poor relationship with her former daughter-in-law that she would let that affect how she dealt with her grandkids?
Yes.
So like that.
Nothing further from me of this one.
I use that down, thank you, sir. Next witness.
I call Bryce Armstrong, Judge. I just wanted to be excused with your opposite.
Yeah, anything further of this witness?
No, Your Honor. I have a couple of witnesses that I didn't call.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Release them.
Okay,
What's the objection?
well, hang on, he's on objection.
Oh.
I thought you rested.
I did, but I had some witnesses I didn't call that I wanted to just send on.
Oh, okay, I misunderstood. All right, is there anybody out there that you intend to call?
Not from his side, though.
Okay, yeah, there's all of them.
Bryce, will come over here and sit in the chair around here. Bryce, if you will, state your name for the record.
Bryce Armstrong.
If you can speak out that.
Bryce Armstrong?
And Jeffrey Armstrong was your father.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you talk to Marina Armstrong on a regular basis?
No, no,
Has that changed since your dad died?
no, no,
You didn't talk to her before? You have to answer out loud.
no, no,
Okay, so you would go over there for various occasions, or you would see her when you went to see your dad?
yes, ma'am,
What's your relationship like with your mother?
close.
How did it make you feel that your mom couldn't go to the funeral with you?
Hurt.
It hurt?
me even more than I already was because my mom wasn't there with me on one of the worst days of my life.
And were you able to, when your grandparents took the truck that was given to you by your father, how did that make you feel?
At first, I just agreed with it and was gonna go with their process, but then later on, I found out that there was not even a will that I'd been shown. So how could it even be probated? And then just felt lied to and betrayed.
So they told you there was a will. Was that the first thing you were told, that there was a will?
I was always told that there was a will, I was never told that there wasn't a will.
Okay, and when you gave the truck back, did anybody sit and explain to you why you had to give it back?
Or they said for it to be probated.
For it to be probated? Did they tell you anything about any insurance or wasn't covered or anything like that?
They said that there wasn't insurance on it.
Okay, did you ask them if you could keep the truck at your mom's house?
I don't recall.
Did they offer to let you just keep it, not just don't drive it, but keep it there?
No.
During the time between your dad's passing and us coming to court for the first time, did you ask any information about what was going on with the will?
No, because my sister had already been rejected of answers so many times.
So your sister had been asking and not getting answers.
Yes, ma'am.
Were there times when your grandmother texted you and you didn't text her back?
I don't think so.
Did she call you and you didn't answer the phone or call her back?
Not at that time, no.
Okay, what about now? Has she been trying to call you?
I don't have a number in my phone.
Okay, what about, your grandfather, Willie?
Haven't had a word.
You haven't heard a word.
Mhm.
How does that make you feel?
I really don't feel anything.
So I can't hear you.
Like, it makes me sad, but it is what it is at the end of the day.
Okay, and if the judge puts your grandmother in charge of this estate, are y'all gonna be able to communicate back and forth with her about your dad's things?
I don't think so, not just us. There would have to be like a lawyer or something present to make sure everything's being done
Okay,
correctly.
when you went to pick up your things back in, August to get some of your father's possessions, prior to that, had you asked that to be given some of your father's things?
Mm. No.
Okay, what about Atlanta?
Yes, ma'am.
She was asking for some of your dad's things. You have to answer out loud. I'm
Yes,
sorry,
ma'am.
Bryce.
Yes, ma'am.
Were y'all allowed to go through his camper to see what he had and to maybe just be with his things?
No, ma'am. The only time I was in his camper was with my uncle Robert,
When was that?
the day of his death.
The day of his death?
Yes.
And you were not allowed to go back in there?
No, ma'am, I kept it locked.
Okay. What about your father's property? Were you able to go onto the 15 acres?
No, ma'am. Or I never asked. I was never told no, but I guess I was allowed to. Yes, ma'am.
I'm
Okay,
sorry, I can't hear you.
I was allowed to go. Yes, ma'am.
okay. And were the locks changed at some point?
Yes, ma'am.
Prior to your father's passing, did you have the code to get in your father's property?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Atlanta have the code?
Yes, ma'am.
Once the locks were changed, were you given the code?
No, ma'am.
Tell me about this barbecue pit. What is this barbecue pit that you want?
It's old
I believe it's a propane tank that was just sitting out in the pasture, and Dad started working on it one day after he got laid off. And when I come home from school, he'd be out there working on the pit, and we just go out there and work on it.
So y'all worked on it together
Yes, ma'am.
and y'all turned it into a barbecue pit?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he use it to cook for you guys when y'all were over?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you like to have it?
Yes, ma'am.
Where's that barbecue pit today?
Last time I saw it was at my Uncle Rob's.
At any point, do you recall your dad giving away that barbecue pit?
No, ma'am.
You believe that belongs to you
Yes, ma'am.
and you want it?
Yes, ma'am.
When you went to pick up your belongings, after court, where were the belongings? Were they in the house, on the porch? Where were they?
On a trailer connected to my grandfather's truck where my father had shot himself.
So it was very close to the spot where your father took his life.
Yes, ma'am.
And, did that upset you?
Yes, ma'am.
Was your grandmother there at any point, while you were picking up those items?
At the end, but
Okay. Did y'all talk to her or anything?
she gave us our Christmas presents and they were recorded and just. I tried to give her a hug and she rejected that.
What do you mean she rejected that?
She told me not right now.
Not right now. Okay. And that's when you tried to hug her,
Yes, ma'am.
and that was August of 2024.
Yes, ma'am.
With her rejecting your hug, did that make you feel a certain type of way?
Yes, ma'am. It really hurt. It really showed true colors. And it I really just feel left out and disregarded from the whole family.
Do you feel like your grandmother would be fair if she were put in charge of this estate?
No, ma'am.
Do you feel like she would communicate with you in Atlanta in a way that would not be hostile and tension filled if she were in charge?
No, ma'am.
And regardless of whether your mother is appointed or not, do you think it should be somebody other than your grandmother?
Yes, ma'am.
And you just want to get what's ever coming to you? Is that a fair statement?
Yes, ma'am.
And move forward in your life?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you feel like you would be able to do that if your grandmother's appointed?
No, ma'am.
The items that were given to you in Atlanta, did those things come out of your dad's camper?
For the majority, I would say probably.
Did your dad also own property that was in the shop, or what y'all call the juke joint? And what did he keep in there?
Just our old belongings from when we lived in Kirbyville.
Okay, did he have a lot of tools?
Yes, ma'am.
What about, did he have any boats?
Yes, ma'am.
And how many boats did he have?
2.
And to the best of your knowledge, those boats are still there, or you don't know?
Yes, ma'am. I'm still there.
Okay. Do you feel like all of your dad's things are still available for you in Atlanta?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
I feel like it's been spread around the family and everybody just got to pick what they wanted.
And why do you believe that?
There's just small things missing that haven't showed up in the boxes that we received.
Okay. And the relationship with your grandmother, would you describe it as tense?
Yes, ma'am.
What about your grandfather?
Yes, ma'am.
The same?
Yes, ma'am.
How has Atlanta been since your father's passing?
Depressed.
Depressed?
No life at all. She just stays home. That's it.
And what about you?
I'd say pretty much the same thing, but I've matured and I've figured out my own money.
Have both of you been able to go to school this whole time?
I have,
You went back?
yes, ma'am,
And where does Alana go to school?
Hardly, it's homeschool.
She's homeschooled. And how long was there a time period after your father's passing that you did not go to school in person?
Yes, ma'am, that was about a good 2, 3 months.
Okay. And was that a very difficult time for you?
Yes, ma'am,
Was your mother there for you?
yes, ma'am,
Do you feel like you can talk to your mom about anything?
yes, ma'am.
Do you feel like if your mom did something wrong in the relationship with your grandmother, that you could tell her?
Yes, ma'am,
Did she listen to you?
yes, ma'am.
Did your dad have any dogs?
Yes, ma'am.
How many?
He had recently gotten more dogs, but there were at least 5, 6 dogs.
Okay. What happened to those dogs?
They were cute.
They were killed?
Yes, ma'am.
Who killed them?
Robert.
Your uncle Robert?
Yes, ma'am.
The one that just testified?
Yes, ma'am.
How did he kill him?
Put him down.
He put him down with a gun?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did that make y'all feel?
Very,
Very angry?
we were promised, my dad's dog. I mean, literally the day before, we were promised that dog and they lied and said that my dad shot his dogs and killed them and really it was good.
And you found out that wasn't true, that your dad didn't kill the dogs,
Yes, ma'am.
that it was actually Robert.
Yes, ma'am.
And you found that out from other family members?
Yes, ma'am.
And that didn't do anything to help the relationship between you and Robert or you and your grandparents?
No, ma'am.
When your grandparents or your uncle are not honest with you, does it affect your ability to trust them?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you trust them?
Mm.
You're on our past witness.
Bryce, is it true that you hugged, you and your grandmother hugged here at the courthouse the day before you went to her house to get some of your dad's things?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you aware that, she didn't know what time y'all were coming that day?
No, sir.
You were not aware of that?
No, sir.
Okay. Were you aware that she had a call to say that y'all were going to pick up this?
No, sir.
Were you also aware that your mother wasn't supposed to be there?
No, sir.
Were you aware, that I guess your other grandmother and step grandfather weren't supposed to be there?
No, sir.
You weren't aware. You see how that could have upset your grandmother?
No, sir.
Okay. Your grandmother and your mom, they ever had a good relationship?
Not of my awareness.
Okay.
I'm sorry, didn't have your answer.
Not of my awareness.
You understand that your dad asked in his will that your grandmother serve in this role.
Yes, ma'am. I mean, yes, sir. That's what the will says.
Do you trust your dad to make that kind of decision?
Yes, sir.
Do you think your dad did your dad act in your best interest?
What do you mean?
I mean, do you trust your dad's decisions?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
But clearly, at that time, his decision making wasn't that well because he killed himself.
Okay. So you're saying your grandmother has not called or texted you, and you've not dodged any of her calls or anything like that?
Right now, she's blocked. I don't know if she's called, text,
When did you block her?
months ago.
Okay. Closer to the time your dad died or closer to today?
Closer to today.
So are you aware that she tried to invite you to Thanksgiving?
Yes, sir.
How are you aware of that?
My sister,
Okay, so your sister's heard from?
or no,
No,
I heard from family members that they invited us to Thanksgiving. And then the family members asked us and we told them we haven't heard nothing. And then a couple days later, they told we got a text or something about Thanksgiving.
to your knowledge, has, uh, Alana and your grandmother, have they had communication?
Yes, on the phone, text messages.
Okay. Do you assume if you are involved that you get the same communication?
No, sir.
Did she always talk to Alana more than you?
No, sir.
Okay. Um. Were y'all invited to last Christmas at your uncle Robert's house?
Yes, sir.
Okay, did y'all go to that?
No, sir.
Do you know why you didn't go?
I don't remember their lives.
Judge,
I didn't hear the answer.
I don't want to be around them. They're liars.
And is this will thing part of why you determined that they're liars?
No, sir.
Okay, and you were asked about that earlier, that y'all were told there was a will.
Yes, sir.
What else were y'all told about the will?
That she left everything to my grandma.
Who told you that?
Will
When did he tell you that?
the day of my dad's death, exactly or not exactly, but a good 20 minutes after I arrived there.
Who else was standing there when you said that?
So,
Was anybody else standing there when you said that?
you know, so he took me off around the porch to ask me if I knew the code to my dad's truck because he had locked the keys in.
Now, do you think you might have misunderstood your grandpa?
No, sir.
Okay. When he said, you don't think his son had just died, correct?
Yes,
Your
sir.
dad just died. You don't think maybe he could have misspoke or meant that your grandmother's the executor, she's gonna handle it all for minor children?
He also told me that she had no money, or that my father had no money.
Is anybody else in your family attempted to convince you how to feel about your grandparents?
No, sir.
There's no negative talk about them in your household.
No, sir.
You have felt this all in your,
Yes, sir.
you had a good relationship with your grandparents before this happened.
With Colleen, yes, sir.
Um. Were you upset about the truck?
Very.
You understand it wasn't gonna have insurance, correct?
I could have got a job and helped pay. There's many things that could have been done.
Before the time would pass, there would have to be a probate. Were you aware? Were you aware, did you know that she had hired a lawyer 2 weeks after your dad died to start the will process?
Yes, sir.
You were aware.
Yes, sir.
If she really wanted to hide things or keep things from you, why would she have done that? Do you know?
No clue.
Doesn't make sense, does it?
Sure.
Why would she file a will that gives you and your daughter everything, you and your sister everything? If she wanted to do everything for herself, have you thought about that?
No, sir.
Is that a valid one?
No, sir.
If she said anything harsh to you, if she said anything
No,
rude
sir.
to you, has she been mean to you in any way?
Rejected my oath. It's the closest thing to root.
On my slips.
you
Your testimony was that Willie Armstrong, your grandfather, told you there was a will, but it left everything to Marina.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you sure about that? Yes,
Yes, ma'am.
and that was the day of your father's funeral.
No, ma'am, that's the day my dad died.
That's the day he died.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ask him anything about a will?
No, ma'am.
He just volunteered that information.
Yes, ma'am.
And your testimony was that he didn't have any money and everything was gonna be what?
But originally, they sat me down on the couch and they told me, they broke it down basically that he had no money and he was in debt and that they might have to sell some of his property. That was the talk.
That was the talk. And was Alana there or they just talked to you?
They talked to me. My sister wasn't comfortable with being around at the time. She was really hurt.
Okay. And when your father's headstone was picked out, did you get a chance to go and help with that?
I was sent, I believe, 3 pictures by my Uncle Willie that of 3 headstones of which one that we would prefer. I chose one, but I don't think that's the headstone we chose.
You don't think that's the one that was chosen?
No,
When they placed it out there, were you invited to go out there with them to see it?
no.
And you were asked if you thought your dad would make a decision that's in your best interest. Do you believe your dad would be surprised at how the relationship has deteriorated since his death?
I'm gonna object on speculation.
I'll rephrase. Do you believe? Well, are you surprised at where you are in a relationship with your grandparents, but from today back to before your dad died?
Yes, ma'am.
And you don't want it to be this way, do you?
No.
And have you done anything to antagonize your grandparents, or have you been disrespectful?
No.
And do you have any plans to live anywhere other than with your mom?
No.
And you believe you're in a supportive, loving home?
Yes, ma'am.
And you don't have any intention on living with your grandparents, do you?
No.
Run our past witness.
All right, Bryce, how old are you?
17.
And what grade in school are you?
Junior, 11th.
And where do you go to school?
Newton.
And then do you have plans to go to college?
Yes, sir.
Or have you applied yet?
I haven't applied, but the counselors at school, they're looking around, but I'm going for my operator's associate.
Okay. And so, what is that gonna let you do?
So
What are you gonna be doing after it's college?
working in the plants.
Okay. And prior to your dad's passing, how would you describe your relationship with your grandmother?
It wasn't this. It was just like my relationship with my other grandmother. I see you on holidays. We're close. We don't have nothing against each other. But now it's just everything's hidden. Nobody talks to nobody. People are pushed away.
Do you have an interest in rekindling the relationship you used to have with your grandmother?
With my grandfather?
No, grandmother. Do you wish to have some relationship with her?
With my grandmother
You do?
in the future.
But not right now.
Not as of today.
What about, how was your relationship with your grandfather before the time your father passed away?
It was good. I never really saw him. He was a pipeliner like my father.
I'm sorry, the last thing I didn't know.
He was a pipeliner like my father, so he was gone pretty much when I lived with Miss Colleen. He wasn't present.
Okay, and how long did you live with your grandma?
Uh, Maybe 2 years,
Did y'all get along during that time?
for the most part.
Just when she told you, right?
Yes, sir.
How old were you when you lived with your grandparents? Your grandmother?
4. Might have been 13 when I got there.
Like 13 to 15,
14,
14? And then where were you going to school then?
Comus Mill and Woodville. I bounced around
And then when you lived with your grandparents, did your sister also live, with you?
for a little bit,
Okay, how long did she live with y'all?
couple months, wasn't even a year.
Is there anything else you want to tell the court?
No, sir.
Do you trust your grandmother?
Not with this.
And you say not with this, meaning are there some things you trust her with?
Plan a vacation, maybe.
I'm sorry,
Plan a vacation, maybe.
if she'd like to go on vacation with her?
We always had good vacation, family vacation.
When was the last time you had a family vacation?
Good 2 years.
Would you like to see that happen again?
Yes, sir. Maybe.
All right, anything else?
Not for me, Judge.
All right. If everybody can sit down.
Yes, sir.
We'll take a short break, then Ms. Tracy, give me a few minutes, we'll be back. It's 4 o'clock, we'll come back at 4:10, all right?
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello?
I'm back.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you started yet or not. It was. I'm sorry, your microphone is muted.
Okay, yeah, we try not to start out without the court report, Trace, because we find it kind of ruins the record, okay?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
No,
I was making sure I wasn't missing it.
no, all right, whenever you're ready. Sir.
Would you state your name for the record, please?
Alana Armstrong.
Miss Armstrong, that microphone there to your left, the court reporter's listening to what you say and typing down. So if you'll just continue to answer out loud, yeses and nos, and not nodding, she can get down what you say. Also, your relationship to Jeffrey Armstrong was what?
My dad.
And what kind of relationship did you have with your dad?
A normal daughter and dad.
Would you describe it as close?
Real close.
How would you describe your relationship with your grandmother, Marina Armstrong, prior to your dad's passing?
Normal.
It was normal?
Can you hear, Ms. Tracy? Can you hear?
Can you- I can hear her. If the witness could speak up just a little bit, that'd be nice.
Okay.
Thanks.
And what about since your dad passed away? How would you describe the relationship?
Back when my dad went working pipeline, mean, angry. Just not the same when my dad was here.
Have you been disrespectful to your grandmother?
No, ma'am.
Have y'all had any disagreements to where something blew up and then the relationship went bad?
No, ma'am.
Have there been times when you reached out to your grandmother that you did not get a response?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you say that was a couple of times or many times?
A couple.
What about her reaching out to you? Have there been times when she texted you and you didn't respond?
I don't think. Maybe.
Okay. What about phone calls? Have you taken her phone calls if she called you?
I don't think she's ever called me.
She hasn't called you?
I don't think.
How did that make you feel?
Mad, angry.
And how old are you?
16,
So you were 15 when your dad passed?
14.
14. And you've not had any calls from his mother?
No, ma'am.
At your dad's service, your mother was not allowed to come inside. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you want her to come inside?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did that make you feel that she could not be there with you?
Unfair.
Unfair? Did it upset you?
Yes, ma'am.
Did anyone ask you if you wanted her inside?
No, ma'am.
What about your dad's things? After he passed, did you ask for any of his belongings?
Yes, ma'am.
Who did you ask?
Colleen.
Colleen? Your grandmother?
Yes, ma'am.
You call her Colleen,
Yes, ma'am.
okay, and you called her that all the time. Y'all didn't just start calling her Colleen,
No,
okay?
ma'am.
And what was her response to whether or not you could have any of your dad's things?
I got ignored.
What about your dad's dog? What was the story with this dog?
Me and my brother were told that my dad had shot the dogs before he died.
Did you find out that that was true or not true?
It wasn't true.
And you found out, how did you find out, or what happened to the dogs?
My cousin Crystal told me, my mom, and my brother that Robert went over there and shot the dogs.
Objection hearsay, I meant Ms. Burley, but I think.
Okay. Okay.
It's the same thing.
Okay, so you believe that Robert shot the dogs,
Yes, ma'am.
and there was 2 of the dogs that were registered, is that right?
Yes, ma'am. It was Chica and Champ.
Chica and Champ,
Yes, ma'am.
and you wanted to get Chica.
Yes, ma'am.
and take it back to your mom's house.
Yes, ma'am.
And you were told you could have Chica. And
Yes,
then
ma'am.
you found out that you couldn't because they were dead.
Yes, ma'am.
Um. Did anybody explain that to you or,
No.
and was that hurtful to find out that those dogs were dead?
Yes, ma'am.
What about your dad's things? What kind of things were you asking for?
Just something small. We didn't have nothing.
You didn't have anything from him? And that was from July 31st when he passed, all the way up until August of 2024, you were asking for something small from your dad.
Yes, ma'am.
Had you been given a hat, a shirt, anything?
Not until it was court ordered.
Not until we came to court.
Yes, ma'am.
And what about his other things? Like, did he have any knives? Did he have any firearms? What about
Yes,
those
ma'am.
things?
They had all of them. Had guns, boats, camper, trucks. A lawnmower tractor. What?
And he had some cooking items. He had a pit
Yes.
and a fryer and those types of things,
Pits
right?
and stuff like that. Yes, ma'am.
And you weren't asking for anything big, just something to remember him by.
Yes, ma'am.
And you were not allowed to have anything.
Nothing.
Were you allowed to go into his camper?
No, ma'am.
Did you ask?
No, ma'am.
What about, did anybody offer you to just go onto his property?
No, ma'am.
What about at your grandmother's house? Were you allowed to go to the things that were taken to her house? Were you allowed to go over and see those things, or
When I went over there, I saw things, but I didn't like go in them.
you didn't go in them? There's been some testimony about when y'all went to pick up your things after we came to court. Were those things on a low boy trailer?
Yes, ma'am.
Did it bother you as to where they were left?
Yes, ma'am.
Why was that?
It was when my dad killed himself.
It was in the spot where your dad killed himself, and y'all had to go over there and get those things. How did that make you feel?
Upset,
Okay,
mad.
did you have any conversation with Willie or your grandmother?
No, ma'am.
Did anybody at that point say, what are these other people doing here? Was there any kind of disturbance or anything?
Not that I know.
Okay, so, when was the last time you talked to Marina on the phone?
Maybe before my dad died.
Before your dad died?
I'm not sure.
Okay. What about a four-wheeler? Did you have a four-wheeler?
Yes, ma'am.
And who bought it for you?
My dad.
Where was it kept?
Underneath their shop.
Did you ask for it after he passed?
Yes, in a text message.
Did you get it?
No, ma'am.
There's been some testimony about when y'all were going over there to pick up your things on August the 11th or whatever date it was, that they didn't know what time. Had you texted with anyone about arranging a time to go get the stuff?
I texted Robert and asked what time are we meeting and where,
Mhm.
and he said, Bob Austin Acres.
Okay,
At, I want to say 4 o'clock.
okay.
I'm not sure.
And picking out your father's headstone, were you invited to help pick that out?
No, ma'am.
You weren't sent any text messages
I
or
was
anything?
sent from my Uncle Willie a picture, or 3 pictures of 3 different headstones. And he asked which one we liked the most, and we told him, and it's not the same one.
So it wasn't, he asked which ones y'all liked, but it wasn't chosen. The one y'all liked was not chosen.
Yes, ma'am.
And when they went out there to view it after it was placed on your father's grave, were y'all asked to go out there?
You know, we just go out there.
Have you felt like your grandmother has included you in the decision making about your father's things and that?
No, ma'am.
Has your number changed Your telephone number?
No, ma'am.
Have you blocked your grandmother's number?
No, ma'am.
I'm gonna show you a picture. May I approach the witness? please?
Yes. I don't honestly get anything, wow. I wasn't provided.
Yeah, we sent them to you.
That was. I don't think so.
Can you tell the court what that is?
Yeah. This is an overview of my dad's property, his pond. That's my dad's boat, one of his boats, that's his tractor, lawnmower, and that's for the shack. And there's his pond, and then if you look close, there's his barbecue pit that my brother and him built.
Where was this photograph taken?
Hmm,
Was it after your dad's death or before?
I think it was before.
Before, okay. I like the Richmond form.
We need to know who took the picture.
Okay. Take this picture. You did?
Yes, ma'am.
You have to answer out.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and does this picture fairly and accurately depict what your father's life looks like on the day you took the picture?
Yes, ma'am.
No, Judge. I think I want to say, we need to see the.
It's, yes, it's Richmond 4, we're gonna just call it,
We need to see where.
one. Yeah.
Where's. I was. So. Excuse me, Richmond, exhibit 4. Photo of Armstrong's. Says personal property, is that what this is?
Yes, it's showing his boats and different things.
It's a way of how the collection.
Did you ask for a video of your father's service?
Yes, ma'am. My Uncle Rob walked up to me and my brother and asked if we wanted a copy of the album that was played at my dad's funeral. And we said yes, and he said something about, do you want it with the music? And we said yes. When we picked them up, we watched the video or whatever, and there was no music.
Okay, and so it was a musical tribute done during the service, like
Yes, ma'am.
gospel music or something?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so did you ask about it?
Yes, ma'am.
Who did you ask?
Marina.
Did you get it?
We still have no sound on the video.
Okay. Did they tell you, did Marina respond to your request that you were going, that she was gonna do anything about it, or she just
Pretty
didn't have
sure
it?
she did.
I'm sorry?
I'm pretty sure.
Okay. Do you want to repair the relationship with your grandmother Marina?
No, ma'am.
And why is that?
No,
Sorry, didn't hear it.
I'm done. I've been hurt.
There's been testimony that you used to live with your grandmother.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you live with her? Did you live with your dad, or was it both?
I lived with Colleen when my dad worked off.
Okay, and was there anything about that that is important in this case? Did she treat you well? Did she?
She treated me totally different from my brother when my dad was off working. And then when my dad came back, it was normal Colleen.
What do you mean?
One time she made me pack my shoes and clothes and put them by the door, said she was taking me to Goodwill. I don't remember what I did. And then the next day, she made me unpack them and put them all back. And she didn't pay for none of it, my dad did.
She what?
She didn't pay for none of it, my dad did.
She said she was gonna take it back to the store.
Yes, ma'am.
Were y'all into some sort of dispute? Like you got in trouble or,
I don't remember, I was young.
okay? And in the last 3 years or so, prior to your dad's passing, when you would go to his home, would you stay with Colleen or would you stay with your dad?
I would stay with my dad.
Okay, so this last few years, y'all would stay at your dad,
Yes.
in his camper with him?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to show you what's marked Richmond 3. Can you tell me what that is?
This is a picture or is a video. No, this was a picture that I took of my dad. I don't know why this was last summer. And it was just showing all the things in his camper that he had that we don't have. And yeah,
And this picture was taken by you,
yes, ma'am.
and it fairly and accurately shows what is depicted in the picture.
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to admit it was.
No objection.
Alright. Richmond Exhibit 3 is admitted without objection.
Alana, based on the communication that you've had with your grandmother over the last year, do you feel that she can put her feelings aside for your mom or whoever and put what's best for you and Bryce at the top?
Yes, ma'am.
You think she can do that? You want her to be the administrator?
No, ma'am.
And why not?
I just feel like she's not capable of making it fair.
She's not gonna make it fair.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you believe that it would be important for y'all to be able to talk freely with one another to get through this probate?
Probably not.
You won't be able to do that?
I don't want to speak to Colleen or Willie ever again.
I'm sorry, you guys speak up.
I don't want to speak to Colleen or Willie after this ever again.
Runner, I pass a witness.
When you would ask your grandmother about some of your stuff, did she just ignore you or did she give you an answer?
I only asked her once for something of my dad's and she ignored me. And then either later that day or the next morning, I texted back and said, never mind.
Did she ever respond with, we've got to go through the court process?
Yes,
So that was a different response.
yes, sir.
Okay.
That was
That-
when I asked about my four-wheeler.
Did she tell you that we've got to go through the court process on numerous occasions?
I think once or twice,
Did she tell you that there was a will?
not at the beginning.
When did she tell you there was a will?
Later on, when the 1 year mark of my dad passing.
Okay. Now earlier, your brother said that he heard about a will earlier than that. Are you aware of that?
I heard about a will, but then I was told that it was all to her. And then
Who told you response to her?
I can't remember.
Okay. Did you tell your mom that you had been told there was a will?
Yes,
Okay. But you understand she filed with this court, there's no will.
I have no idea.
Um. You understand, in your dad's will that he nominated, your grandmother to serve as the executor.
Yes,
And that was his wish,
yes.
but you don't want her to do that.
No, sir.
Did your dad trust your grandma?
For the most part, yes.
But it's also true that you call her granny, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You didn't always call her Colleen.
No, sir.
you told me that she was mean and rude to you since your dad died. How was she mean and rude to you?
She wouldn't answer my text. She didn't call us to check up on us or nothing.
Did she invite you to, Christmas last year?
No, sir.
You were invited to Christmas at your uncle's house?
Yes. Over there, yes.
Okay. Were you, had she tried to call you and you don't answer calls?
I don't know.
Did she try to call you around Thanksgiving?
No, she texted me and my brother in a group chat saying y'all were welcome to come over for Thanksgiving.
Did your brother get the message?
Don't think.
Okay. Do you remember when we were at court last time?
For the most part.
Okay, and, do you remember when you were sitting in that room?
Yes,
Did your uncle Robert, try to come in and talk to you and your,
he did. He walked in
Okay.
and said that if we were to call him, we could have got what we wanted from over there. Which he's the adult, he should have called us.
particularly, when he started trying to talk to y'all, did your mom say, if you wanna talk to them, you go through?
Yes,
Did you go to your cousin Cameron's graduation?
yes,
Where was that?
at Robert's house,
Where your grandparents lived?
yes.
Um. Are you, your brother, y'all have a, are y'all driving a vehicle right now?
My brother is,
Okay, what vehicles he drive?
my mom's car that she bought,
Is that part of the insurance?
no idea,
I'm sorry to hear the answer.
I have no idea.
Um. Does anybody, your mom or anybody else talk bad about your grandparents?
Yes,
They do? Do they trust your grandmother?
Objection, calls for speculation.
I'll say if she knows, do you know the answer to that question?
the one you just asked,
Okay, then ask the question again.
Do you believe, your mom trusts your own?
no, sir,
Is that something that y'all had discussions about?
no idea.
You don't know if you've had discussions about it? Do you text with your uncle Robert?
I did,
Until when?
last few months,
Were you ever told that your grandparents had hired a lawyer to start, probating the will?
no,
It's how that they started, they hired a lawyer 2 weeks
Judge.
after.
Yes.
Could you have counsel restate that question? The audio was bad.
Okay.
If he could speak up.
All right. You said the last question.
Okay. Would it surprise you that they hired a lawyer 2 weeks after your dad died?
no,
Presented a will that gives everything to you and your brother?
I'm lost,
So that's not anything you were aware of.
no,
Had you been aware of that, you think, maybe your thoughts about this would be different?
Maybe.
We've gone over to, how many times have you, since your dad died, how many times have you been, to his property or your grandparents'
I've
property?
been to my dad's property once. Colleen and Willie's maybe 3 times.
So you haven't had a chance to really go and, inspect to make sure everything's there.
No, sir.
Do you believe everything's there?
Yes, sir.
You do? I'll pass the list.
Alana, you seem very upset with your grandmother. Have you tried to talk to her about anything?
No, no.
You said earlier that your mom doesn't trust her. Do you have any reason to believe that Marina doesn't trust your mom?
I have no idea.
Has she ever said anything negative about your mom? In your presence,
Yes. Back when I lived with her.
when you lived with her? So this isn't something new.
No, no.
And even though your dad named her, you're asking the Lord not to appoint her. Is that fair?
Yes, ma'am.
Our past witness.
Alana, how old are you now?
6th grade.
And what do you in school?
I do homeschool Parkview in Sulphur, Louisiana.
Okay, so, can you give me some idea what grade you'd be in?
10th.
10th, and then, so you graduate about 2 more years?
Yes.
And is your mother homeschooling you?
Yes, sir.
And how's that working out?
Amazing.
And do you have, any plans to go to college?
Uh,
Where are you thinking of going?
Probably SFA. SFA.
Do you have an idea what you want to major in or what you want to do when you get out?
Forgot. It's where they do like construction work and other stuff like that. Like power line stuff like that. I can't remember.
How are you doing, grade wise with homeschooling?
Can you repeat that?
Sure. What are your grades like?
I don't have grades.
So how do you get past? When you go from one subject to another?
I have no idea.
Okay. But you've been enjoying the process? You think you're learning a lot?
Yes.
And now, are you the only person that's being homeschooled at the time you're being homeschooled, or is there other kids with you?
I'm the only one.
You realize college will be solid different, right? There'll be
Yes,
tests and things.
Yes.
Now, when you were younger, before your dad passed away, did you go on family vacations with your grandparents?
Yes.
Did you like those?
For the most part.
What part did you like?
When we were coming back.
You know,
When we were coming back
so you
on
like-
vacations.
okay, so you didn't like when the vacation came to an end.
Yes, sir.
So because you had a good time,
Sometimes.
and in those days, were you going to regular, I call it regular school, the school I went to? You went to a classroom,
Yes, sir.
and then when did you stop doing that?
Beginning of this year.
So this is something new to homeschool.
Yes, sir.
You get, you gotta do homework.
Yeah, it's book work.
Okay. Now, have you seen your dad's will?
Yes.
Does it look like, you see it's hand printed on the side, you recognize your dad's signature,
Yes, sir.
and you recognize your dad's handwriting?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you're saying you don't want, and you refer to your grandmother as Colleen, or what do you,
Colleen.
and has that been the way it's been since your dad passed?
Yes, sir.
Or before you called her grandma?
Very, yes, sir.
Okay. Do you think there's been any influence on you, your brother, regarding your, I guess for lack of a better word, the change in the relationship between your grandparents?
Yes, sir.
Has that been difficult for you?
Sort of,
You say sort of, what is that?
like, for the most part, yeah.
And now, because you said earlier, you're done, you're hurt, you're done, now you're 16, right?
Yes, sir.
And you say you're done, you have nothing, you don't want to have any communication with either your grandmother, your grandfather moving forward?
Yes, sir.
That's kind of a big decision for a 16-year-old to make, right?
Yes, sir.
Is there anyone else in your dad's family that you're in contact with at all?
My Uncle Willie and Aunt Kim, my Uncle Willie and Aunt Kim, and Logan and Carly, their kids.
And so you still are
Yes,
there
sir.
any adults that you're still in contact with?
Aunt Kim and Uncle Willie
And that's the only people you want to have contact with?
on that side, yes, sir.
Okay. All right, anything further? On the other side?
No.
Sorry, thank you very much. Again, with the witnesses.
Stephanie Richmond. Can Alana stay in as well?
I'm sorry?
Can she be released to stay in the?
Oh, yeah, you can stay in the courtroom. We're not gonna call it back, right?
No. I'm not. May I proceed?
Yes.
Would you state your name for the record?
Stephanie Richmond.
Ms. Richmond, we've covered a lot of ground today, and I'm just gonna go where I feel like we need to go to clear up some things. I'm not gonna keep you up there long because we've been here a while. There was some talk early on, about your relationship with Jeffrey Armstrong. Did y'all get married around November the 2nd of 2008?
Yes, ma'am.
And y'all were divorced in November of 2011,
Yes,
but y'all had been together prior to that.
yes.
Since when?
He was 18 and I was 19. We
So-
were together almost 12 years.
Almost 12 years. And y'all have 2 children together.
Yes.
And during that time, would you describe the relationship between 2001 or so to the time he passed as kind of on and off?
Yes.
As far as y'all getting along?
Yes.
How was the co-parenting?
At first he was a little sore about me wanting a divorce and whatnot. So probably the first 5-6 years until he married Jessica.
Mhm.
Then our relationship kind of got better after that, with co-parenting. He worked off a lot, so the kids would be left with him, and then that become an issue over. And that's when Alana come back with me,
Mhm.
and then eventually Bryce was back with me. So it's been hectic there,
And with respect to you being in Dallas, why were you in Dallas?
working.
You worked in Dallas. What kind of work do you do?
I was doing construction at the time.
Okay, and Jeffrey was well aware of that, yes? And y'all had an agreement that the children would stay back in East Texas with him.
Well, Bryce had been with Jeffrey for probably 2 years at that point.
How did he first go to Jeffrey?
He was probably 11, 12 years old whenever he needed his dad, you know. I was a single mom. I didn't have a new husband, or you know what I mean? He needed his father, that figure.
Okay,
So he had been getting in trouble, and I finally just come to terms with he needed to go with his dad. He needed that.
and that was an agreement
That's
that
what
you
we
and
agreed.
Jeffrey had?
Yes, ma'am.
And so there was no go to court and yank him away. It was,
No.
y'all talked about it. It was.
We had our divorce decree amended. We had joint custody the whole time.
Mhm.
Whenever it was amended, when Bryce went, he become custodial. I was non-custodial for Bryce.
Okay,
I was still custodial for Alana, right? But we just swapped roles.
okay. And then at some point, Alana went to live with her brother and her dad.
Yes, when we went to Dallas, going from Newton to Dallas was like just too much for her. The school systems there versus Newton's were huge, and it was just overwhelming.
Okay,
So she wanted to come home.
okay, and you allowed her to do that.
I did.
And did y'all go back to court and adjust the paperwork again?
Jeffrey got with Amy, his lawyer, and she amended it again.
And we're talking about Amy Blackwood, the
Yes.
lawyer here in town? Okay,
She amended it again and had it moved to where he was custodial and I was non-custodial.
okay.
But
And
that we were still joint.
did that affect y'all's relationship with respect to each other? Did y'all still continue to co-parent?
Yes, we
Did
did.
you visit with the kids and see the kids regularly?
Yes,
And y'all both supported the kids throughout all of this?
yes.
And was it a situation where he supported the kids financially when he had them and then you supported them when you had them?
Yes.
And was anybody else involved in the decision making when it
No.
came to the children?
No, ma'am,
It was you and Jeffrey,
that's it.
and his mother, Marina, was not involved in that?
Only time she was over medical type things, you know, for the kids when they were in her house.
When they were in her house and Jeffrey was off pipelining?
That's right.
Okay, and that was something you agreed to?
Yes,
And that was in the best interest of your
Yes.
children? Let me finish the question, because the court reporter's gonna kill us if we just talk over each other. So it was a situation where y'all did what was best for the children at the time,
yes, ma'am,
and that was from the time they were little up until he passed away.
yes,
And when he passed away, where were the children living?
with me,
Both of them?
yes, ma'am,
And that was a decision that you and Jeffrey had made together?
yes, ma'am,
And he would visit the children?
yes,
And they would come and visit with him in Comisno,
Yes.
yes? Now, with respect to your relationship with Marina, how would you describe your relationship prior to Jeffrey's death?
they haven't liked me since I divorced Jeffrey. Once I was out of the family, I was out of the family, period. They didn't think I had rights to my kids. You know, that's where we butted heads at times. I don't answer questions to anyone about my kids, you know, I'm not going to. When I pull up to the school to pick my child up, I expect to get my child, not be met with, who are you, and you can't take your child, you know, and that's what I dealt with at times. Do
So,
for them.
Did you feel like it was interference by them?
Yes, absolutely.
And did you and Jeffrey work through that and get it straight?
Yes, over time. That's why I ended up coming home ultimately. But right before Bryce come back with me, that was something whenever Alana, I told him, you need to come home and take care of these kids. If they're not gonna be with you, they're gonna be with me. They're not gonna be with your mom and dad.
Okay,
I'm done with it. So
and did he come back?
he came home.
Okay, and at the time he passed, were you aware of whether or not he was trying to sell his home?
Yes, he was. It's on the market. I still get messages because of that. I don't know if it's still on there, but at some point it was.
It was listed for sale.
Absolutely.
And had you and he discussed him moving closer to the
Yes.
children?
Jacques, to hearsay.
I'll withdraw, Judge. Would you agree that he had a close relationship with the kids?
Yes, absolutely.
And that was whether you were living in the home with him, or whether he was living separate and the kids were going back and forth, or living with him? He
Yes,
had a
ma'am.
close relationship with his kids.
Always.
And did he spoil them?
He did.
And did he buy them things that sometimes you didn't think they should get?
A lot. Yes.
Okay. With that being said, do you agree that that is his will, that is his handwriting, the print on the bill?
I do believe that's his will.
Okay, and you believe that's his signature?
I do.
So you're not arguing here today that the will is somehow invalid?
No.
But why do you not want Marina Armstrong to be the executor over property belonging to your children?
Because of the hostility she holds, or the family holds towards me. Like, I've had to be defensive, right? It's not that I particularly have a problem with anyone in that family. I have to defend myself, or I have to defend my children, right?
Okay,
But I am that person to do that. You're not gonna treat my children some sort of way and think it's gonna go
Okay.
unheard or unsaid, and we're just gonna go with what you do. It's not gonna happen that way.
How was it communicated to you that you could not go to the funeral?
Robert, I taken Bryce over there. Alana didn't want to go, because of the situation going on with the allegations there. She was with her best friend at the time, like the day it happened. Seven was there. It was just, you know, it was chaotic and a mess. And mentally, she was not okay. Her dad passed horribly, and she was just all over the place. So Bryce went by himself, and she stayed.
So you mean when y'all found out that he had passed, Bryce went over there, but Alana did not?
Yes,
Okay, and did you try to influence your children one way or the other as to how to feel towards their grandmother?
I've tried to give them understanding over this past year and months, you know.
What do
We
you
didn't even talk about getting a lawyer up until hiring you, because we all come together and we talk. Well, we'll give them time. Well, do we know if there is a will? No one's seen a will. You know, there was so much We didn't know, we had only what they said, right?
So
Well, then
nobody
they
showed
stopped
you?
answering messages and things, so it just built to where no trust as to were they telling the truth? Is there a will? We didn't see the will till they filed it.
So there was talk of a will, but there was no visual seeing
No.
of anything.
No, they had always said that there was a will, but not once would they show it.
Okay,
Not once. The only time we seen the will was after we hired you. And then I guess you reached out, I'm not sure how that worked, but then when they filed and then we got the original copy, that handwritten copy of
okay.
it.
And that was the first time you'd ever
First
seen?
time we seen it, and it had been over a year.
Okay. And were the kids asking you about getting their dad's property?
Yes,
How often would they ask you?
all the time. Alana obsessed over it, where Bryce kind of shut down. This has been so hard for my kids mentally and physically. That's what no one from that side of the family has seen.
What do you mean?
They see that Jeffrey died. They don't see what these kids deal with still to this day daily.
Why did,
Alana can't go to school because her and the girl are in the same grade. She went. It lasted for 2 months. I had to pull her out. I had the counselors involved. I mean, I ended up having to get the cops involved because there were threats from the girl's mother to my son. You know, so all of this stuff is going on and they can't even get a t-shirt of their dad's. They can't get a response from anyone on that side of the family. They have no idea what these kids deal with daily. So that's why we sit right here. That is why.
and do you believe that Marina can be fair in the distribution of Jeffrey's estate?
Not after this past year. If they'd have communicated, spoke with the kids, you know, but if it had been different, regardless of how I could care less how they feel about me, I would still respect them for the best of my children.
Have you
Right.
ever stopped them from coming to your house or saying they can't come on your property?
No, ma'am.
Have you ever, what was this she sent you in the mail?
It was evidently something they had received that they couldn't do anything with that had my name on it, some Jeffrey's stuff. One of them was for a 401k with his Windstream. The other one was an annuity fund with a local 147, which I was aware of Jeffrey being on the local 450. I didn't know he was part of the 147, so.
Okay. And when he's a part of these unions, that's how he gets his retirement and all those things.
It
Yes?
comes with more benefits, yes.
So
Job
there's-
opportunities,
So there's possibly monies out there that are payable to these children.
possibly.
And no one called to say, we got this in the mail, we need you to fill this out so the kids can.
I got a certified letter. She had messaged Alana wanting her address.
And at that point, did you fill out the paperwork?
No, I still have it.
Okay. And why didn't you fill it out? Were you waiting on us to go to court to?
I'm
fill-
overwhelmed with it all. I do good to handle my kids and be there for my kids. I'm a full-time mom. I work full-time. My job don't stop. The day this happened, nothing stopped. I still have to be Stephanie at work and I still gotta be mom at home. And stand up for my kids and make things right, you know? I'm overwhelmed.
Do you notice a difference in your kids when they try to interact or when they have tried in the past to interact with their grandparents and they don't get a response or they get a negative response? How does that affect them?
They're angry. Those two kids are so angry right now.
Is that how they were before?
No,
Have you tried to get them into counseling?
they won't go. I've tried since day one and they refuse to go talk to anybody.
Are they now moving forward in school again at least?
Bryce is, I'm proud of him. He's matured this past year.
And he's
He's
gone.
had to grow up. He's had his moments. But he's come a long way,
And are they still struggling with their father's death?
yes, every day.
How did it feel not to be able to go to the funeral?
It cut me to the core. I love that man to the day he died. I might not have still been married to him, but I had 2 kids with him and I loved him. I cared about him himself.
Did you ever receive anything that helped you go through your grief?
Yes, Colleen's cousin Greg Renninger sent me a picture of him in his casket so I could grieve his death since she wouldn't let me be there. That is the only reason I was able to grieve. And the fact that I knew that every one of them told me that they would be there for my kids since I couldn't be.
Is there any reason that you're not able to serve as the executor? I mean, do you have any felonies or have you ever been accused of any kind of fraud or dishonesty?
No, ma'am.
What about money mismanagement? Do you have any issues there?
No, ma'am.
You agree that an administration is needed, that somebody needs to be put in charge. And you retained my office to get you appointed before we saw a will, yes?
Yes.
And why didn't you reach out directly to Colleen? To say, hey, I need to do something. I don't have the will.
Because she's shown nothing but hostility towards me. I couldn't even go be there for my kids.
And where do you guys live now?
In Kirbyville,
How far is that from where they live?
probably about 35 minutes.
Do you think it's important that they have a relationship with their
I
grandparents?
do.
Would you like that to be repaired?
I do. I would love for that to be because I know Jeffrey would be upset with the way things sit right now, period.
Do you think it would work if neither one of you were appointed in the court, just appointed an independent third
I
person?
do. I do.
Do
I
you-
would be totally satisfied with that, to know confidently that things would be handled properly and rightfully.
Do you believe that Colleen can put her personal feelings for you aside and put the children's interest first with respect to this probate?
No, ma'am.
With respect to Jeffrey's property, and do you understand that if someone paid out of their pockets, for example, to pay for his camper or to pay for his land, that those people are gonna have to be reimbursed?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's only fair.
Yes, ma'am.
And then once those people are reimbursed, whatever's left, you understand that's the property of the children.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you have any intention on spending any of that money on yourself?
No, ma'am.
Would you put it up for the children or until they reach the age?
I
Okay,
have to have my bank account set up by the time they're 18. Because both of them will still be enrolled in school and they will start receiving their own social security check. So Bryce's is coming up. We'll
Okay.
have his account set up to where everything will totally roll right in.
when will he be 18?
April 10th,
April 10th, and Alana won't turn 18 until
October 10th, 2
20
years from now.
2026.
Mhm.
And do you think it's important for your children to be able to just have basic things like their father's clothes and his cell phone and some of the things that were important to him and the time that they spent together?
Yes,
And is there any reason why they could not have taken some of those things that don't have anything other than sentimental value now?
there's no reason.
But you understand about the truck not having insurance,
Yes,
and you understand about them not being able to take larger things like the camper and those things.
absolutely.
And with respect to the land, if that's sold, you know that the money's for the children,
Yes,
and you're willing to follow whatever court supervision there is, yes?
yes, yes.
And if it's not you, you're just asking that it be someone else other than Maria.
Other than, yes.
Your Honor, I pass the witness.
No more questions? Thank you, Your Honors. Who did you first hear that you were?
Bryce come home, I guess it was the day his dad died, and said that, Papa told him that, his daddy left everything to his granny in his will, and that he was in debt and broke and didn't have any money.
Um. So, did you ever ask, you never asked her if it was a will?
No, sir.
Okay. A minute ago, you said you were willing to wait and let all this go through, and then nothing just ever happened.
Yes.
Okay. So do you think we'd be here today if that bill had been submitted earlier?
I don't think so. The kids would have had the answers they needed.
Okay. But you nor the kids were aware that they had started the,
They told us they were probating it from the time that he brought the truck back. That's why he had to bring the truck back, was because the will was being probated.
do you doubt that they hired a lawyer 2 weeks after he got?
Yes, I doubt that.
Hang on a second.
So you don't believe that they hired a lawyer 2 weeks afterwards?
No, sir.
Okay. In your mind, the lawyers don't make mistakes?
No, I'm not to that.
So when you filed, you stated that there was no bill, correct?
Yes,
Okay. Even though you heard that there was one.
but we'd never seen it. It was hearsay.
Can you point to who and when y'all asked to see it?
I haven't talked to anyone. The only communication I've had with anything versus what they said has come through those two children. Right?
So despite your children suffering, you didn't pick up the phone or text or say, look, is there a will or not?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Would that have solved everything?
They don't answer my phone calls. No, I mean, they don't talk to me. I'm not allowed on their property. Why should I call them? If I call them, do you think they'd have answered? No.
Do you, so you don't think the court should follow Jeffrey's wishes and have his mother be responsible for dividing his assets?
Not after all of this past year. Absolutely not. I don't.
Now, I see the messages between, Ms. Armstrong and your daughter that y'all produced. At some point, if she asked a question, she got an answer, didn't she?
No.
Did she ask her about her dad's autopsy?
Yes, that was in the beginning. We were reading the ones right after his death. Read the ones on months past when she quit responding.
I'll ask the questions, okay, if you don't mind. I asked, she asked about her dad's autopsy. Did she get a response?
Yes,
At some point, she stopped responding after everything came about. When are we getting our stuff? Is that accurate?
no,
Okay, so I've misread all the messages I have in front of me.
no, I feel like that's her opinion she drew from that, right? And any normal grandmother wouldn't feel that way about their grandchildren, right? And that's how I feel.
And you don't think you've done anything to influence the way they feel about their grandmother?
None at all. I tried to be a voice of reasoning for them over the past year.
You heard your daughter say that you don't talk nice about their grandmother.
If asked, no, I don't. But do I sit around and have conversations about them? No, I do not.
Do you have any proof that anything has walked off that property?
Yes, his barbecue pit.
Do you know as a fact whether or not it wasn't gifted by Jeffrey Robert? Do you know that? Or is that an allegation?
It was on Jeffrey's property. Alana was with Jeffrey a week prior to his death. The whole week prior to his death, so she was there. If that would have happened, it would have happened during that time.
Okay. Has anybody asked Robert for it at this point?
No, the kid's seen that through his son, Robert's son Cameron, on his Snapchat, that he had it over there. And that's when we brought it to Dana. That's how we found out Robert had it.
But nobody's asked Robert for it.
No, we've been in the court with lawyers.
Other than that, has anything, do you have proof anything else has walked off that property?
No,
Have they, knowing there's a will, that everything goes to them, have they paid everything to make sure it doesn't get foreclosed on?
as far as I know,
What benefit is that to them?
it's not.
It's to the kids, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Nobody's acknowledging that is the part.
I haven't been asked that. No one.
Have you told the kids that?
Yes, they've been paying, because that was something they asked, you know? Do they still have it? Well, hopefully they do.
She sent you the paperwork since you're the custodian, parent, to file for benefits for them, did she not?
For benefits, what do you mean?
That you talking about is,
401K, the
The
certified
401K.
bill, yes,
what's the point of a certified mail is to make sure you get it, correct?
yes.
Okay, so you've not applied for benefits that would benefit your children.
No, I haven't processed it.
She's done more with that paperwork than you have, is that correct?
I don't know.
She took it and sent it to the person who needs to do something about it,
Then I guess she has.
okay? How long did you live in the house?
For 2 years.
What kind of car did you get your son?
It was a 2015 Chrysler 200.
Is it true that part is not that insurance?
No, it has insurance
Who's it through?
through Progressive Insurance.
So, with that, you trusted, Ms. Armstrong enough to leave your children with her, correct?
Yes, I trusted their father. He let them there. I didn't leave them there.
You signed a document saying she could,
After he went back to work.
and one of your children was there for about 2 years, correct?
Bryce on and off, yes.
I'll pass this. Actually, no. I'll take that back though. Have you ever been charged with any offense relating to theft, forgery, anything of that sort? I'll pass this.
All right, Ms. Williams, anything else?
Ms. Richmond. Why do you not believe that Marina and Willie hired an attorney 2 weeks after?
I don't believe that because in January of this year, I went to Amy Blackwood's office because it had gotten back to me through family that Jeffrey said.
Okay, you just talk about what happened when you went.
Because it had gotten back to me about it being said Jeffrey had full custody of the kids. So I thought, well, did he dupe me or something? You know what I mean? Because I'm not gonna lie, when I come down here, it's not like I sat there and just read thoroughly through this stuff. But it put that speculation in my head, like, did he do that? You know? So I come over here to Amy's office and I got with her. Amy was in court over here and I talked to her paralegal.
Okay. Did you go to Amy Blackwood's office to see if she had a will?
I did.
And were you provided a response to whether or not she had it?
Yes,
This is
there was no will.
Not what she said, but were you given a response?
No,
Okay. Okay. Did you see a will?
no,
Did you come to the courthouse to see if anything had been filed?
yes, I went
Had
to the
any-
office.
Had anything been,
Filed.
but you had been told for months that they were probating the
Yes,
will?
ma'am.
Yes, and then you checked at the clerk's office?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you find a will?
No, ma'am.
Did you find an application to probate a
ma'am.
will? So to the best of your knowledge, that was just coming from Marina.
Yes, ma'am.
So then you hire a lawyer
Yes, ma'am.
based on the fact that you don't believe there's a will.
Yes, ma'am.
And then after we file for heirship saying that there's no will, there's a will.
There's a will. Yes, ma'am.
And you're not here to say that she didn't have it all along, but you don't believe that she had given it to the lawyer because you
No,
checked.
I'm not for a second, no.
Okay.
Or something would have been done by now.
Judge, as an officer of the court, am I gonna be able to fill you in on how I obtained the will?
I'll let you testify, sure.
So. let me ask you. We filed. Or you filed the application. On June 24th of 2024. Yes,
Thank you, yes, ma'am.
you have to answer out loud.
Yes, I'm sorry.
And as of that date, you had not been provided a copy of the will,
No.
right? And as far as you know, from checking with the clerk, they did not have a copy of it.
No, ma'am.
So you filed it based on what you had at the time.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you believe that the hostility between Marina and yourself, or yourself and Marina, would just protract this even further? If one of you were appointed, if she were appointed or you were appointed, do you think it would be just contention all the time?
It probably would.
And is that why you're asking that if you're not appointed, that there be someone else appointed?
Yes,
And do you believe that it's important for whoever the administrator or executor is to be able to communicate what is going on clearly to Alana and Bryce?
absolutely.
And do you believe that that has occurred or will occur between Marina and your
No,
children?
ma'am.
And is that the conflict of interest that you're talking about?
Yes, ma'am, that's exactly it.
The hostility?
Yes, ma'am.
And what about the lack of communication?
That's the main thing there, you know, it's like the kids don't deserve an answer to anything, you know, like any question that they ask. To them, it's, they just want material stuff. When in light, it's, they're trying to hold on to something of their dad's. They haven't seen nothing of their dad since he died. Alana hadn't been over there except to try to get the video. We stopped one day after going to the cemetery at her daddy's place. She tried to go up and unlock the gate and it was changed. Her cousin texted her a few minutes later, I just seen you on the video cam. What are you doing? I mean, how does that make my kids feel to be done that way by family? You know, it is like they're an outsider since Jeffrey died. They're not allowed to just go over there and be normal. You know, it's, oh, mom wants something. And that's all the family thinks. It's that I'm in it for something. I'm in it to be mom and to try to keep my children's sanity after all they've been through at this point.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Mr. Elmore? You doing okay, Tracy? You need a short break?
We can go ahead.
Do you have an idea, Mr. Richmond, what your husband's monetary value is it said to work?
I don't.
So am I correct that it's primarily personal items, truck, and some property?
Trucks and property and
Um,
material things, boats.
the property that we're talking about is how many acres?
I think it's 14, 15 acres
And where is that located?
in Colemas Mill.
Are you familiar with the value of property?
No, sir.
Would it be fair to say this is fairly modest estate in terms of money?
I would think with the price of these days.
Do you think this estate, I'm not asking for the exact number, but do you think the estate's close to 50,000 or do you think it's higher?
I would say at least 50 for sure. Land.
Because of the land,
Mhm.
that's yes.
Yes, I'm
You
sorry.
think you think it'd be as high as 100,000?
I wouldn't think, no,
Somewhere between 50,000 and a number under 100,000.
yeah,
And so divided two ways, there would be somewhere between 25,000 to maybe 40,000 for each of your children, correct?
correct.
And is it your concern that the land cannot be sold and not given to your children?
Well, no, the kids want to sell the land because they don't want to be in Cold Snow.
How much do you think this discord between the family is between the grandparents and you as opposed to involving your children?
It's all between me. It's just, they do not like me and they think because Jeffrey's not here anymore, I'll take control or I will be some sort of way. And that's not the case. These are my kids and it is the best interest of my kids.
So do you think that if, and what do you call it, Colleen or what?
Colleen, that's what we all call her.
So if you're needing, if Colleen not be trusted to sell the property and give the proceeds to her grandkids?
I don't think so. I don't. They've been biased with Alana after Jeffrey's death, you know? They were all for Bryce, but then Alana was like kind of shunned because of her and her friend. You know, because Alana didn't go immediately to her dad's the day he died. But whenever I got home, you know, to tell her what had happened, Seven's in the bed with her. So I got Bryce here who wants to take Seven out because that's who's caused her dad's death or his dad's death, right? So I'm like trying to get Seven out of the house and wake Alana up to tell her what is going on with everything. Like it's crazy.
So I understand, you indicated earlier that you thought it would be good for your kids to have a relationship with their grandparents.
Yes, I do.
How is that gonna look like if you, and I'm not blaming you, go in and really think get along, how's that gonna actually happen?
I've never been any way towards them, Judge. They've always, I'm not allowed at their house. I'm not allowed at Jeffrey's funeral. I don't have any rights to my kids. I've never just been that way. I've had to defend myself, you know? So have I made comments about them? Yes. But do I sit around with my kids and badmouth them? No, sir, I don't.
Okay, so the courts is gonna have to make a decision as to whether or not, your former husband, Richard, with respect to appointing his mom, should serve as the executor. And if the court chooses not to have his mother serve, then most likely it'll be the third party. You have an application pending for to serve?
For her?
Yeah.
Yes, and alternatively, a third person.
Okay, and you filed an objection to Ms. Richmond serving?
Oh, well, I'm just saying that we have our own application for our client to serve and we're obviously opposed to that.
Okay, so,
I think we filed an answer, but
alright, so, I'm just trying to understand where you are on this, so you're fine with the board, you don't want Mrs. Armstrong to serve as the executive, you're fine with the board deciding to appoint a third party?
Yeah.
Is that, are you in that same boat where you don't want Ms. Richmond to serve, but obviously you want your client to serve, but well, an alternative is there.
our position on a third party is this is a limited estate, we're just gonna get the kids money with that.
So the third party, would this be a lawyer, what you're thinking?
Yes, Your Honor, there was an item appointed early on when we thought it was an airship. And I think his name is Mr. McDonough, and he served around here at the time in these types of situations. And we would be fine with Mr. McDonough, and we talked to him and he was willing to serve. So if the court so held, we could appoint Mr. McDonough to finish the job. And like you said, it's just delivery of personal property, paying the debts, selling the property and paying back, reimbursing people. I don't think it would be that expensive.
Alright, so let me, well, whatever the cost would be, if you come out and you say.
Right.
It would be less for the kids. So it would be adult soon. What, I haven't heard anything about what debts there are. What are the debts that you say at this point? Do you know?
My understanding is the remainder of the camper that is owed.
I think the land has about 30-ish thousand owed on it.
The land, still 30,000 on it, and I think the trucks are paid for.
All right, so the camper, then, how much is owed on that?
There's, bank gives out about 15,000, maybe 20,000.
And what,
But he has a credit card debt of over
okay,
20,000.
we'll get to it in a
Okay.
second. All right, so I'm trying to understand what the value of this estate really is. I mean, when we do values of the estate, we don't look at liability, but when it comes down to, I mean, for purposes of an inventory. But when it comes down to what the beneficiaries get, you have to figure out what the expenses are. And then you take the value less the expenses, and that's what's left. So with respect to the camper now, what's the value? Present market value of the camper, do you know?
9,000 what my son, 9,000 what my son got.
I'm sorry,
9,000.
9,000 what my son.
My experience,
Right, in that around 9,000.
is
So
what is owed or?
No, that's
What
what
old
they
on about 10,000.
Okay, I got just one person at a time.
What old on about 10,000.
Okay, this is Mr. Armstrong. Armstrong.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Armstrong speaks, all right, so it's one at a time. So you think about $9,000 over the camper,
Right,
that's to the lien holder.
yes.
And am I correct from what the testimony is that you and your wife have paid for some of the?
No, Robert was paid for all the notes and to keep it for being really possessed.
All right, that's your other son.
Yes.
All right, and so he's owed some money. So what is the camper, what's the current value approximately of the camper?
I don't believe, we don't believe that there's been any appraisal or evaluation done on that.
Well, I understand that, but has anybody looked up like, local value? Or?
I have the information.
Probably, if I had to guess,
Okay,
probably.
hang on one at a time, because you're gonna drive for over. But just, say when I talk to someone, let's have their names, and she knows who's speaking. So. Let me just direct this to the attorneys for now, if they have any information about it this way. Mr. Elroy, give some idea what the present value, market value of the camper is.
It's a 2015 Forest River Flagstaff.
Has more damage to it.
I understand that it has some damage to it. I mean, in my experience, those things are usually upside down.
I just sold one that I had, and I sold it for 20,000 more than I paid for it. It depends on the condition, it depends on how many miles are on it, that type of thing.
So, does anybody know if the camper has more value than debt against it?
It has floor damage, so I would say no.
This is Ms. Armstrong, so what kind of damage does it have?
Floor damage,
He had a blowout going to a job and it buckled the frame. He filed it on the insurance and the insurance wouldn't fix it because he didn't turn it in right away.
Right, and this is Mr. Armstrong speaking, so we don't know the value of the camper.
Right.
Do we know how much debt is owed on the camper, both from the lien holder and Mr. Robert Armstrong?
The information I had, which is old information, it was about 12,000, so it's probably been paid down a little bit since then.
$12,000 to the lien holder, approximately,
That's been a little while ago,
so you think it might be less,
I think so.
10,000 maybe? I'm trying to get a ballpark.
Approximately.
All right, how much money is owed to Mr. Armstrong?
You could pay another $400 a month for.
on the road.
Okay,
You come into the trailer,
yeah, well, I was talking about the camper.
okay.
What do you get paid, $700 a month for a year?
All right, so
Yeah.
let's do it this way, let me just talk to Mr. Elrod. So I'm just talking about the camper now, is there a camper and something else that Mr. Robert Armstrong is paid on?
Taxes on the land.
Well, no, I'm staying with the vehicles for now.
Not that I'm aware of as to a vehicle.
All right. So we say camper and trailer, we're talking about the same vehicle? So there's about 10,000 lien holder, and then Mr. Elrod, give you some idea as to how much money Mr. Robert Armstrong is paying for the camper.
This is totally my guesstimate. But it sounds like it could be $6,000 to $8,000.
And then with respect to other debts of the estate, there's some property taxes that have been paid by Mr. Armstrong. Do you know what that is?
I do not know that amount at this time.
Ms. Armstrong, do you have some idea what that is?
Bottom hand, it'd be at least 1,000, for 1 year, and then we paid 1,300 for the year when he passed, because he was behind on it.
All right, so there's approximately $2,300 owed on property taxes.
Yes, sir, and there's one, I think he might have just got prepaid, so it'd be another
Well,
$800.
not owed, it's reimbursed.
Right.
You paid, there are no, I mean, there's no delinquency on the property taxes.
Well, I hadn't asked him if he paid it yet, so if he hasn't, it's another $800.
It's $800 a year approximately. Yes,
Yes, sir.
okay, so that will be due till the end of January 26, right?
25.
25.
Oh, I'm getting ahead of myself. Yes, 25, okay. And is anyone, maybe ask you this upfront, do you have some idea as to what the value of the land is?
I would say probably around 45,000.
Total?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I think I have the tax appraisal
Yeah.
statement on it. If not, I could quickly look it up.
And it's about 15 acres,
Yes, sir.
so it's about 3,000 an acre.
Down the road, it's on this one.
Your Honor, for the year 2023, the tax appraisal was 47,888.
May I ask my client a question?
Sure.
What was it listed for?
I can't remember.
Was it $47,000?
I don't know, it's more than that.
It was listed for one, okay.
All right, so we got the camper, we got the property, what other big ticket items are there in this estate?
Just for 2 vehicles and
It's
I
3 vehicles.
trucks.
Who's talking, this Armstrong?
I'm sorry, yes, sir.
All right, tell me what the 3 vehicles are,
He has a black Ford truck, one ton,
and what year,
I think it's
2012.
2012.
is that paid for?
Yes.
Yes.
I paid.
We paid it off when we went to work for Windstream, so that he wouldn't have that note over his head, we're trying to make it as lower paid.
All right, so how much is owed to you, Ms. Armstrong?
2,400.
And, it's a black Ford, what you say, is it a 150 or
F-350.
350, all right, so it's a larger one.
It's a Buick.
And the condition of that vehicle is old, it's 12 years old,
Yes, sir.
it's the, what's the body look like?
Well, it blows off when you bring it up.
Okay, so any idea what the value is?
No, sir, I don't know.
I don't know about here.
Is it in fair condition or poor condition?
That's in fair.
Fair.
What's the other vehicle that your son?
I believe it's a 2002 F-250, Ford truck. Four-wheel drive, both of them are four-wheel drive.
And is that in fair condition?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And, is there any money owed on that?
No, sir.
So 2002 Ford 250 truck, and what's the third vehicle?
Black Chevrolet truck,
The one Bryson got.
2005 black Chevy. And what's the model?
regular cab, half-ton regular cab.
And what's the condition of that vehicle?
It's in fair shape.
Fair shape.
My son gave $5,000 for it.
It's not worth more than 5,000.
We would like to see Bryce get that truck back any way possible.
And then the personal items that your son owned, what else is there?
Well, we got a washing machine. I got everything stored in a container, shipping container, all. Cause he has some stuff in my shop. I gathered it all up and put it in a shipping container.
This is Mr. Armstrong speaking, Tracy.
Thank you.
Just give me an idea of the value of that. I mean, are we talking about old furniture, old?
Old head, washer, he had put in a little washer, You know, stuff like that.
We talked about $1,000.
Tools and
Yeah,
stuff,
tools and stuff.
maybe 2 or 3,000.
Other personal belongings. Like
Yes,
clothes.
all of his tools, I put everything in, all of his tools, without it.
2,000-3,000, does that include the clothing and everything else?
You know, the clothing, we don't give to the kids.
All right, so
So
that's
yes,
it.
all that to the kids, everything was in them boxes, everything was clothes and everything. we gave to the kids.
Some guns.
No, we kept the gun, we ain't gave no guns, no.
How many guns are there?
Oh, there's several.
Just say that.
I know he gave,
Bryce Long's got 5.
yeah, Bryson Long, he bought them 5, but
5 each?
yes.
No.
No, he's 5 on them,
Are these rifles or pistols or both?
rifle.
Any idea what that's worth?
No,
He gotta make a phone shop there and we're going, not for sure.
Is it under $1,000?
Oh, yes, sir.
Is there anything else we haven't covered? That's
well, he has his own personal gun that he had.
Well, okay, so your son's guns, he was holding them for his kids.
Yes, he bought them for him, he bought them for the kids' guns. We got them marked.
But
Which
he's
one
got
brought the
his
prize,
own.
which one brought the
How
honor.
many additional?
I can't get
And
it.
then the ones that
Okay, hang on.
Okay.
Yes,
I'm not getting anything they're saying when they're both talking.
yeah, just one at a time. So what's the last thing you got? We're trying to go through the first
I
one.
know he bought them for the kids and we got them marked.
Okay,
I think it was Mr. Armstrong speaking about the guns.
that's just one at a time. So
and he has his own personal guns.
how many of those? About,
4 or
and the value of those about,
5. No, probably about 1,000.
and anything else that comes to mind with value?
He had, there was 2 boats, but one of the boats are not in his name. He never had them all swapped over.
That's a different issue. So he's got 2 boats that are
Right,
his.
and then one of the P-Root boat, what I call P-Root boat, it's just, you know,
You're talking to a city guy, so I don't know what that means.
it's just a little small boat.
Small boat.
It's like a
Small.
1970.
One at a time. What's a small boat? It's like a canoe?
No, it's.
It's a rowboat?
No, it's a little bit bigger than a rowboat. It's just like a 1970 model boat that he had seen from this woman that he bought and then big old motor on like a 1-horse motor.
Okay,
And now he got rid of the 1-horse motor, put a bigger motor on it. I told him he's gonna hurt himself, but him and Bryce are gonna go to the lake on it.
all right, so you got 2 boats, what are they worth?
2 boats.
Yeah, how much are they worth about?
I think he gave what, 3,000 for Harold's and probably about 500 for the other.
Is that pretty much everything he owns?
He's got a tractor.
And then that tractor,
Long tractor.
a Cub Cadet
Well,
tractor.
hang on. The tractor, is that something you ride on or something?
Yes, sir, yes, about, I got a picture of it. Should be right there in front of you, that picture, he's sitting on it. One of them pictures, he's sitting on it. It's a Cub Cadet. I seen one of them sell at the auction for $2,000.
All right, we'll put down 2,000 bucks. Anything else?
And, well, no, that's it.
All right, thank you. All right, y'all want to make some closing arguments? Is there anything else you need to question the witnesses on?
But not for me, I think you've heard enough.
Okay.
I have no further.
Yes, question from Ms. Armstrong. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, you was talking earlier about Lana's 4-wheeler. I don't know if that would be counted or not, but.
It is in the shipping container. When we took the boxes out, I put it in the shipping container.
Bryce, from what I understand, Bryce sold it, I don't know if he still has this.
All right, 4-wheeler, how much is that worth?
Oh, it wasn't even running. She had to get it running. It may be worth $200. I mean, she had that. I mean,
Okay, all right. Y'all want to do a short closing argument? Yes or no?
No,
I doubt the court needs it. At this point.
Well, I'm pushing for these. I'm trying to accommodate you guys with Harold Day. If you want a short closing argument, fine. If you don't, that's also fine.
I'll just keep it really brief. You know, Mr. Armstrong, Jeffrey Armstrong, you know, we're not contesting the will. He said, I trust my mom to carry out his wishes. You know, I think, you know, obviously there was a communication issue. But Richmond admitted, had they known this was going forward and everything else, they probably wouldn't be here today. It's very unfortunate that nothing moved forward. Obviously, for 6 months, they couldn't do anything because they didn't have the death certificate. But, I mean, Miss Bythewood's office brought the will to my office. So, I don't know. They were dumbfounded when they figured that out. But everything they've done, there's nothing to suggest that she's unsuitable as far as protecting the estate for the benefit of the beneficiaries. Why would they file a will? It wasn't, they filed a will, it wasn't beneficial. They were really trying to hurt somebody or do something. Why would they even go forward with the will? She sent it certified to make sure she got the papers. As far as the beneficiary on the 401k or any kind of pension plan, they've paid for everything knowing they're not getting it. They've paid for everything knowing they're not getting it, so that it will still be there for the kids. The kids have said they don't really think much has walked off, okay, there was some testimony about this barbecue pit delivered in the last week of his life. But there's really no evidence to suggest that they're not going to do this. I understand they've been frustrated, but there's also a lot of evidence that they've not really tried to understand what's going on too much. They've not really wanted to communicate. Everybody was going through a tough time, but they have preserved the property of their son to carry out his wishes. And I don't think there's any real evidence that we heard today that's going to suggest that they're not going to do that. And appointing a third party administrator is just going to take more of Mr. Armstrong's, what he worked for, away from the kids.
Just briefly, Your Honor, I mean, I don't agree with Mr. Elrod. I believe that there's good case law in Texas that hostility between the parties can be used as a basis for unsuitability. If the court believes that her personal feelings and hostility and antagonism towards these kids or their situation, I believe, she's lost her son too. And I feel for her. And she has a right to grieve his death or even to be angry. But she does not have a right to use that to deny the children what is rightfully theirs, and to not even let them have a dog or let them go into their father's property and get the things that would make them feel like they could heal. Like, that's very hurtful. And these kids, you see them today, and this is a year and something later, and yes, it looks like anger, but they've been through a lot. You heard their mom testify that they were hurting, they were going through a lot. And for their own grandparents to just kind of cast them aside and not respond to text messages, it might not mean a lot to us, but it means a lot to a teenager going through the loss of their father. Taking Bryce's truck away, and I understand about the insurance, Your Honor, but there's no reason why he couldn't have just kept it at his mom's property. Not allowing them to even get their dad's wallet or their dad's shirt or a hat, a favorite hat or anything like that. That was huge. And it showed she was going to do what she was going to do, regardless of how it affected them, even to the point of not even letting their mother go to their funeral with them. That says a lot about how she's going to conduct herself into the future. And, I don't understand it. I just don't understand it. And yes, they're hurt. And yes, they're angry. But ignoring their text messages about whether or not there's a will, and Stephanie Richmond had every right to file some sort of probate to get this thing going when she was told and told and told, and her kids were told and told and told there's a will, but yet the clerk has no will. And for them to stand up and say, oh, well, we didn't have a death certificate for 6 months. There's no requirement that you have a death certificate to file a probate if you have the will. And they had the will apparently, because we're here about it now. They knew the facts that would be in an application to probate the will, and they could have filed the will. They could have gone back to Amy Blackwood, or they could have just said, here's a copy of it. We're working on it. The lawyer's not responding to us. There was no communication at all. And we don't believe it's going to be any better going forward. And I don't wanna spend the money on a third party either, but what I do want is for these kids to have an opportunity to start to heal and get through getting whatever is gonna come to them. And paying the people back that they owe. I just don't feel like. You gathering all the things and putting them in a shipping container was best in this situation. And putting the things on the property, right where he took his own life, for them to pick up is just hurtful and mean. And those things are gonna have to be forgiven at some point, but right now, the kids aren't there. And they don't feel like their grandmother is gonna be treating them fairly and putting their interests above her interests. And that is the very definition of a conflict of interest. And we would ask that she not be appointed, that the court find her unsuitable.
All right, so the court's gonna have a ruling for you by Friday. If any cases you want to look at, please send them directly to me, obviously copy Victor Elwar. In terms of the money that the Armstrongs are out, are they seeking to get that back from the estate?
We haven't made that determination this time.
Okay, when will you have that information made?
Very soon.
Well, I like it before I leave, I need to know.
Okay.
Also, you know. All right, well, it's a very sad situation for a lot of different reasons. Can't fix family problems, and probably maybe at some point, if we work something out, it's always good to have grandparents, grandchildren. I don't have any grandchildren yet, but I'm looking forward to that day. I'm very sorry for this loss. You need therapy, probably you think yet, but I'm here as a judge, I can't tell you what to do. You guys are young. I'll say one thing, you are the two quietest teenagers I've ever heard, or not heard. I mean, I've never heard teenagers speak so softly. Maybe act differently, not in court, I don't know. But I'm very sorry for everything that's transpired for everybody and what's been hurt. What's happened. Which didn't happen. But have you all filed competing orders?
I have my order with me, I'll e-file it tomorrow, dude.
Give us a copy, you want to leave it with me,
I can.
Mr. Elwar?
I don't believe I'll file one.
You think you file one? There one.
I can prepare a proposed order or prepare that way and take a read.
Well, I mean, I don't have an order, usually I'll draft my own. But if you want, I'll take the orders.
I'd like us to be the person appointed, or you go with Mr. Richmond for a third party.
I did have one last question, I'm sorry, Tracy, so if I take out the value side and decide to go with the third party, the administrator, serve a bond. If I take out the real estate, what are we left with then in terms of the value, as you say, under 50,000, right?
Yes,
What do you think the bond should be? If we go with a third party? I don't want the real estate.
without the real estate, about 20,000.
I was gonna say 25.
That's fine.
If I'm a ruling book by Friday. I know you're in town, I've seen you, let me know what your books, or you represent both, or just Miss Armstrong? But they're a team.
Yeah,
Right.
they're actually.
We'll have all the right information up to you in the morning.
Yeah, we'll have a decision tomorrow.
And then, maybe the best way to communicate your decision is by email. You can send to my staff attorney, you can her information.
Would you like us to still be case?
Yeah, send it to her as well, that makes it might be quicker. Do we need the corporate, I let it go? And have dinner?
No.
All right, Ms. Wilkerson, I really appreciate you being here today, I'm sorry for giving you a tough time. We'll do better the next time.
Oh, it's all great. Thank you. You have a good evening.
All right, appreciate it, thank you.
All right, bye.
Yeah, I guess we're here, just with the last video done. Her name is Lindsay Loomis, her email address is L Loomis, that's LUMMUS @ Newman Law usa.com, so it's L Loomis at newmanlaw-usa.com. So any cases you want me to look at, send it to her. Any order, you can e-file, but also send it to her so I can see it, because I'm not gonna leave for you by Friday. If between now and Friday you reach an agreement, then let me know, but I'll be ready to go by then, and I just wanna find out how much money you're both. Well, if they're asking for reimbursement, I wanna know what that is, just say they're not seeking reimbursement for money.
Do I need to, do you want me to produce a figure at this time?
Well, if they are seeking reimbursement, yes,
Okay,
if they're not, then I don't need a figure.
okay, all right,
And then if Mr. Robert Armstrong is seeking reimbursement, let me know what that is,
okay, I can,
so I have some idea.
and just to verify, Loomis, is Lummus.
Correct. Anything else?
No, sir.
All right, well, I appreciate your civility. I'm sorry. Hope you guys get better. It's gonna take a while. Can't imagine what you've been through and your grandparents as well. I've got one kid, so I wouldn't know what to do if something happened to her.
Put my faith in God, and what kept me going.
Well, I understand that. All right, y'all take care and be safe. I'll really wait my Friday.
Excuse your uncle.
Yes.
Off the record, I'm